conversation with the person next to us. Since we're sitting together and the rest of the place is practically empty still, it's kinda awkward if we don't say anything. Oh, you little... Of course you put this on Paimon!
Excuse me, I did not realize you felt awkward. I am terribly... I would be perfectly happy to chat with you if that is what you would like.
Oh! So you heard all of that, did ya? Boy, you sure have good ears. Paimon thought she was keeping her voice... wait, that's not it. Paimon's... Sorry. Paimon's the one who was being rude, talking under her breath like that. Oh, Paimon's got it. You're also here early and sitting in the front. Are you a friend?
A friend, you say? Well, if Mr. Linney would like to be my friend, I would be more than happy to reciprocate.
Oh, so you're not friends with Linney, then? Oh, this is getting more awkward by the second. Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler. We just...
It is an honor to meet you two. I have heard, and as required by proper etiquette, I will also introduce...
Oh, Monsieur Nervillet. What an honor it is to have you here to see my show.
Ah, Mr. Linney. I should say it is in fact an honor for me to see your performance in person.
Wait. Nervillet? Could he be...
I saw you all chatting just now, but it seems you still don't know who Monsieur... Allow me to introduce you to Fontaine's Chief Justice. That seat is always reserved for him. It wouldn't be too much to say that he's the symbol of justice and honesty here in Fontaine.
Ooh, sorry for being so rude just now. Paimon had no idea you were...
No offense taken. Being Chief Justice is merely what I do for work. Nearly every person has their usual reserved seat, so I'm not so And by the way, I should probably let you know, even though I would prefer not to. There's someone sitting up there in the VIP seats that has been striking a pose for quite a while. I believe she is trying to give you a most elegant and impressive... So I think you should take notice of her sooner rather than later. Otherwise she may...
Huh? Oh, it's Farina, the Hydro Archon. Huh. She sure has a smug and satisfied look on her face. Guess she has no idea that you saw right through her app.
Very good. That is for the best. No need to pay her any more attention. We may now enjoy the show.
Huh? So is this what things are like between the Chief Justice and the Hydro Archon?
All right, please wait just a moment longer. I've pretty much finished my preparations, and the performance will start as soon as the audience has...
Yay! The show's finally about to start! Paimon! They're dimming the lights! The show must be starting! Sorry. Paimon will try to stay quiet.
Welcome, one and all, to the Opera Epiclese. I am the star of today's show, Linny. And over here is my sister, Lynette, who will be working as my wonderful assistant. Please, let's...
Hello, everyone.
I know she may seem to be a little sleepy right now, but that's just a sign that she's nervous.
Whatever.
Now, some of you may be thinking, two vision holders who can freely manipulate elemental powers performing magic is not true magic at all. So, I would like to take a moment to assure you that elemental powers will have nothing to do with what you will witness on the stage. Both Lynette and myself have removed our visions for the show. That way, even the gods won't be able to help us.
Oh, good point. That's what makes the show...
Now, without further ado, let the show begin. Lynette will now exit the stage to make some preparation. I know you might miss her, but don't worry. She'll be coming right back on stage momentarily. Perhaps in an unexpected way. I'm sure she'll be stealing the spotlight soon enough. Oh, and before I forget, there's one more thing I should say. You never know what can happen in the blink of an eye. A magician's greatest skill is making things disappear or appear. The possibilities are endless. But this isn't what you came for. These little tricks, you've seen them all before. So it's time for something truly extraordinary, don't you think? This one's a little tricky. Using this water tank, I shall make my sister vanish completely, right before your very eyes. It's actually quite simple. She'll just turn into air bubbles and float right out of the top. Oh no! I told them to check all the props carefully. With the lid on, even air can't escape. An amateur magician would be getting very nervous right around now. Luckily, it's me on stage, so let me show you what a true virtuoso can do. Lynette, are you still there? Don't go too far. We don't want to use up all our magic.
Hi, I'm back.
Uh-huh.
Whoa! What in the world just happened? How did he do that? Paimon didn't see him do anything! Wasn't Lynette inside the water tank? How did she disappear and then reappear out of nowhere?
If we could see easily through his tricks, then that would mean that his skills are still lacking. To appreciate magic, you should focus on the show happening on stage, rather than getting caught up in trying to see that which has been intentionally hidden.
Guess you're right. Paimon couldn't believe her eyes when Lynette reappeared.
Thank you everyone. I'm glad you enjoyed that performance. But our magical journey has only just begun. I've prepared even more astonishing surprises for everyone here. The magic of transformation and disappearance can go far beyond what you've just seen. I'm sure many of you are thinking that escaping the water tank was impressive enough. But Lynette is still my assistant, in which case, I have ample time to make all necessary preparations. So, for my next trick, I will require the participation of one lucky audience member. Please, if my assistants could bring out the magical boxes now. There are 2 boxes, and only 2 boxes. One is here, and one is there in the aisle among the audience. I'm sure many of our clever audience members have already guessed our next magic. Our lucky audience member and I will each enter a magic box. After 1 minute, we will each emerge from the opposite box. Now please, everyone pay very close attention to the box you see here. Don't give...
Wow! How's he gonna... Hey, do you think this is all magic tricks, or does Lenny have actual superpowers?
The lucky audience member will be generated by this random number selector. It selects numbers entirely at random. Even I don't know who will be chosen. Now then, let's begin. Let me see. Oh, row 7, seat 3. Congratulations! You now have the chance to experience magic firsthand for an entire... Please, come forward. My assistant will take you beside the magic box. I'm sorry, it might be a little cramped inside, but no need to feel nervous. We've carefully arranged everything for you to be as comfortable as... You don't need to do anything, but no matter what strange things may happen, don't come out of the... If the magic is interrupted, who knows where you might end up. You might even find yourself in the Fortress of Merup.
Oh, okay.
All right. Before I enter the magic box, there is one more thing I need to ask the audience to do. Could you all give me like this? 60, 59, 58. Just keep counting down. You can go a little faster or slower if you like. I won't be able to see anything in the pitch black box, so I'll be relying on your voices to know when time is up. Oh, and no tricks now. If you quickly count from 60 in just 30 seconds, then I'll be in a tough spot.
Ooh! Paimon kinda wants to count faster after hearing him say that!
No, that won't do. I can see it in your eyes. You still can't be trusted. Come on, repeat after me. 60, 59, 58.
60, 59, 58.
That's right, perfect. Keep it going. All right, I'll see you all on the other side once you've finished count.
54, 53, 52? Huh? Why aren't you counting, Nervalet?
I am counting in my head. I think things are exciting enough in here as it is. Merely a consequence of my identity and personality. Do not...
Oh, all right. You look so serious that Paimon thought you might be feeling...
40, 39, 38.
Mr. Linney, are you all right in there? Is everything...
Yes, I'm fine. I'm just double-checking the direction. It would be a disaster if we get sent to the wrong places. For example, midair right above the audience.
Even though he's saying that, Lenny doesn't seem nervous at all. What was that noise? Did you hear it too? Not sure. Anyway, it doesn't seem like anyone's worried about it.
25, 24.
What's wrong, Mr. Linney? I can still hear you moving in there.
I seem to have accidentally knocked over a decoration. I'm trying to fix it, but it's pitch black in here.
Never mind the decorations. There's no time for that. The show...
No, that's unacceptable. I want my show to be perfect. Don't worry, we still...
19.
It seems things aren't quite going as planned. It feels like you're all starting to count faster, but that's all right. I know it can be tiring to do such a long count. 10 seconds and change is still plenty of time.
10.
Almost there now.
8.
Whew. Swapping two people is harder work than you might think. Even a master magician like me can't guarantee I'll get it right the first time. Hey, wait! Is this the back one? I can't tell. They both look the same inside. Huh? No, that's not it. I'll try again.
7.
Hey, slow down! Honestly!
5. 4. 3.
Whoops! That doesn't count!
0.
Ta-da!
What happened? Is this part of the Mr. Laney, you're going to use magic to fix this.
What happened?
Oh no. Maybe this isn't part of the show. The girl was...
This performance is over. Medical staff with me. Guards, secure the scene and detain all the performers. Seal the exits. No one is allowed in or out at this time.
Yes, that's right. If this was just an accident, then we must investigate the cause. But if this was all part of some scheme, then those accountable will not escape the judge.
No need to be alarmed, you two. We'll get to the bottom. Unfortunately, the person who is in the magic box has been pronounced dead. His name was Cowell, one of the assistants in Linny's magic troupe. Apparently, the fireworks on stage ignited the ropes that were suspending the water tank, which then caused the tank to fall onto the stage. As of now, we are still not sure why we found Cowl in the box, rather than the guest from the audience. And after an initial search of the area, the guards have confirmed that the girl is nowhere to be. It appears that this incident was not merely some mishap with the performance, and there are many indications that it is connected with the case of...
That's the case that Charlotte mentioned before!
I know the truth. I can see through the whole thing. Really, using such a shallow and obvious mystery as his finale. Did he really underestimate us that bad? I say that our powerful magician, Mr. Linny, is now the prime suspect for the serial disappearance.
Huh? Why me? This whole thing was an...
No, this all occurred during your magic show, did it not? The missing girl disappeared after being chosen, did she not? The deceased is one of your assistants, now that I think about it. That whole speech about magicians making things disappear was nothing more than a prop.
That can't be right! He was in the box on the stage the entire time! We can even hear his voice! Besides, before the show, he told us that he would like to catch the criminal behind the disappearances! He could have possibly...
Save discussion for a later time, please. Lady Farina, may I assume that your comments just now constitute an accusation against Mr. Linny and his associates?
I just think that he... Well, I think it might be a little early to talk about formal...
But what Lady Farina said just now makes perfect sense. Looks like...
A kidnapping and murder carried out under the cover of a magic show.
I mean, of course, my dear people. But what excites me even more than the obvious truth before our eyes... That's right. I mean you, traveler. You'll support Linny, won't you? After all, then there's no problem at all. You know, the travel... But with Linny's help, our little duel ended in a draw. But draws so no more draws. Between the two of us, there must be a clear winner and loser. And what better place to hold such a riveting showdown and...
It wasn't a draw. She obviously...
I understand. Charges have now been... Well, traveler, seems Lady Farina has set you in her sights. But putting her dramatic rhetoric... Are you willing to act as Mr. Linny's attorney and defend... Very well. The trial will be held a day from now in the Opera House. Both sides may investigate the scene to build their case. Linny and his troupe are all potential suspects and shall remain within the Opera House. The audience may begin to leave in an orderly fashion once they have been cleared by the guards.
A day isn't that long. Let's see what kind of case this big
Linny!
Sorry about everything that happened just now.
Of course! Who wouldn't be scared after witnessing an accident?
Yeah, I'm a little shaken up myself. I know you already claimed that you would defend me, but now it's just us talking. Tell me, do you think I could I understand. Even I'm not sure what happened, so I can only imagine how difficult it is for you. I'm sure everyone sees me as the biggest suspect at this point. But, if you ask me, the whole thing is mysteries layered upon mysteries, such that all that's left is confusion. I don't know whether what happened there on the stage was purely an accident or not. And I don't know why poor Cal was in the box. As for how that girl chosen from the audience could suddenly disappear, I'm afraid I don't have any answers either. If someone tampered with my performance, then even a skilled and knowledgeable magician like myself couldn't pull all that off in just 1 minute.
Which is precisely why we need to investigate! As this book says, the impossible could not have happened. Whatever happened must have been that which is possible. Paimon bought them when we were reading at the bookshop in the city earlier. Pretty cool, don't worry. Paimon used her own savings to buy them. It wasn't from our travel funds.
I think they look cute on you, Paimon.
You have good taste, Lynette!
That's the right attitude. Feeling depressed isn't going to help me now, but with the guards watching our every move, it's going to be especially difficult for Lynette and I to prove our— Good thing you agreed to be our attorneys.
Yes, thank you so much.
Yeah, just leave it. Oh, since we're going to start investigating, Paimon has a question first. Where did Lynette go during—
Oh, well, I'm afraid that would involve some of our essential trades.
The secrets behind our magic are past saving, Linny.
I suppose you're right. The truth behind our tricks is going to be important evidence that will be weighted during the trial. 'Tis truly a pity. As a magician, our magic show is a work of art. We've poured countless hours and spared no effort in but if revealing our secrets will help you uncover the truth behind what happened, we should go somewhere else if we're going to discuss our—
All right, let's go have a look while the investigation teams are still here. Hello, officer. How's the investigation going?
I see. You must be the traveler that Lady Farina mentioned. Listen, I'll be perfectly honest with you. I'd avoid getting mixed up.
Huh? What are you—
Come with me and you'll see. The deceased is one of Linny's assistants, named Cal. Even though he hadn't joined the troupe long, he was hardworking and everyone generally— The assistants are usually in charge of setting up and inspecting the props, as well as assisting with the show and keeping the crowd— As you probably saw when you were in the audience, the water tank suddenly fell and smashed the box with Cowl inside it. This is the real mystery. We've already searched the scene and were unable to find any— However, if you look carefully, the box was positioned directly under the water tank. The ropes holding the tank were then burned by the pyrotechnics on stage, causing them to snap. All these factors lining up so perfectly makes it hard to see this. If anything, the more logical explanation is that the whole incident was intentionally planned, and Linny is—
But he doesn't have a motive.
Are you both good friends of his?
Well, you can't say we're good friends, but we've known each—
So in just a short time, he was not only able to win your trust, but even convince you to act— I know there's no such thing as magic. The real trick of a magician is holding the audience in the palm of their hand. I've seen a lot of cases, and I can tell you that people— Sorry, I tend to be pretty straightforward. Just— Anyway, you may investigate the scene of the crime yourselves if you're curious.
I see that you're investigating the area. Well, if you find any new and interesting leads,
We don't have too many thoughts.
then why don't I tell you my hypothesis first?
The thud? Oh, you mean the sound that happened during the countdown?
Yes, exactly. It wasn't terribly loud, but I suspect that most people heard it. It's just that everyone was awaiting the results of Linny's trick with bated breath, so no one paid it much—
That makes—
I'm of the opinion that it may have been the sound of Linny's accomplice, Lynette perhaps, jumping atop the water tank, and when the pyrotechnics went off, she cut the rope, sending the water tank—
But wasn't the noise we heard too loud for that?
Perhaps the balance wasn't right, leading to a particularly— Oh, that's true.
That does remind—
Hey, you! Yes, both of you! Over here!
Huh? You mean us?
That's right. If I'm not mistaken, you're also among those who wish to cut down the thorns and pursue the truth.
Well, you're right on the more about that one, but who are you?
Have you never heard of the Spina di Rosula? From mediating disputes and providing protection to solving conundrums, you name it, Spina di Rosula does it. And I, Navia, have the honor of being its renowned president. Though those who play by our rules call me boss.
I'm Silver, her attendant. Pleased to meet you.
And I'm Melus, Demoiselle's various daily needs and...
Huh? Boss? Demoiselle? What gives with the
Well, I am the second generation president. Malus and the others are still used to my...
My apologies, Demoiselle. Should you prefer, boss, I will endeavor to use that.
No need. You don't have to call me boss.
Okay, if you say...
All merely trifling details. Never mind. That's right. Judging from the look of things, I find Lynn...
Really? We think so too! But how did you come...
Intuition, naturally. My unparalleled intuition. Farina sure was quick to point the finger at Linny without any decisive evidence whatsoever. But that's not uncommon for her. If you remember, the Justice had to interrupt her and ask if she was pressing charges just to keep her from getting carried away. Anyway, a trial begins the moment someone levels charges. And, of course, there was no way Farina was going to back down and...
Sounds more like you just don't trust the
Well, what's your opinion? I must admit that she can be interesting at times, but liking her doesn't mean... All right, I've answered your question.
Wait a minute, did that...
Well, I say it does. But don't worry, you won't. In your opinion, do you think it's right to treat a trial like it's an opera?
Well...
And why would that be? See, Silver and Malus?
Most astute of you, Demoiselle. I, too, think that no matter how wonderful the script or how fervent the audience's expectations may be, the trials that go on stage here must be based in... And if that can be...
All right, that's quite enough, Malus. Anyway, I like your answer. Now, I need to make some preparations, following which our...
Wait! Since when did we become...
Oh, well, I can be the assistant. Sure. Or your companion.
That's more like it.
Far be it from me to brag, but I believe that Demoiselle's intuition will be instrumental in... You wish to save a friend from false accusations, and we wish to unravel the disappearance.
You have a point. You're quite the talker, aren't you, miss? And what about you over there? What do you think? You seem like you've got...
I have nothing to add.
Oh.
We'll be making some preparations first.
Sorry, but no one can freely enter or exit the Opera House at the moment. If you wish to...
No, we're not leaving. We're representing Linny and Lynette as attorneys. Were you always guarding this entrance?
Yes. After the Chief Justice gave the order, everyone coming in or out must undergo a... So, the missing girl couldn't have left from here. At least, not from that point on. I doubt there was much opportunity.
How can you be so sure?
Well, because I was in charge of security near the entrance at that time. I couldn't see Linny's performance from here, which was quite a shame. But still, I did not abandon my post. And I stayed put no matter how loud the applause was. If someone had so much as even approached the door. We Melazines are good at that sort of thing.
So, it's safe to say the girl couldn't have... All right, thank you for your help. whoever the murderer was. They must have made preparations. What? Why would it be him?
The investigation team has some new findings. Turns out there's an issue with the random number selector app.
See, I told you. What if the machine picked some big guy's seat? You think the murderer would have still made his move then?
Sorry to interrupt, but we're helping Linny and Lynette with their side of the investigation. What?
You're trying to help them?
Linny used the machine to pick a random member of the audience during his performance, right? The lucky girl that well, we thought there might be a serious problem with the machine, so we had it taken away for further inspection.
It turns out that the seat number it picked wasn't random at all. The machine picks that same... I'm sure you already know that you have to make a reservation in advance to get a seat, regardless of whether it's a trial or... In other words, Linny knew who would be sitting where from the very...
That much checks out. Linny reserved our seats.
Let you see why I was saying it'd be tough to make a case for Linny.
Go ahead, have a look around.
Oh, this location has also been cordoned off because the Magic Troupe members are currently considered prime suspects. The seats were all booked in advance, so we were able to deduce the missing woman's identity by checking the guest list. Sure, it's not like this is confidential information. We will publish. Her name is Halsey. She's a painter from Fontaine who's made a bit of a name for herself. Apparently, she wasn't a regular at the Opera House, but she'd been feeling some pressure with her work lately, which made her decide to come see the Magic. The Magic Troupe members all claim not to know her, and we have looked into her social connections. It seems that she has no personal grievances or conflicts of interest with the... Simply put, she wasn't related to the Magic Troupe at all, which matches the features of the previous serial disappearance.
Were the victims of previous cases all...
That's how it seems to us, in any case. Apart from the fact that they were all young women of around the same age range, there really weren't any other connections between them.
Okay then.
No need to be so formal. If you do happen to see the missing girl, it is of utmost importance.
So this is the rope that broke... The rope looks pretty durable. How can it be burned through so quickly by fireworks? Why are you suddenly so serious, Traveler? Whoa. Look! This bit is made from different material! Most of it was burned away, but there's still a little bit of it left. So if a rope meant to hold something was made with that kind of material in it... Wait, why don't you write all this down? Let's take... We've checked everything of note here at the performance venue. Paimon wonders how Linny's discussion with the guards is going. Let's go see, shall we? Ooh, things are getting interesting, huh? We're about to see how magic is made.
Understood. Then I will be going with you. Just so you're aware, I will be monitoring your...
Very good. Thanks for being so agreeable. I'd pull a rose out of my hat.
You may spare the pleasantries. I'm just doing...
You've arrived. Who's this?
Me? I'm Spina Di... Sorry, I got a little carried away there. And these are my companions. Would you mind if they join as well?
Fine.
Oh, new helpers?
Well, let's just say we're tagging along. It's not every day you get to see the secret.
I appreciate your kind interest. Come with me. We'll be heading below stage.
Huh? Below stage?
Yes, a world of secrets is hidden beneath this magic box. But before I reveal everything, you should have a look first. Notice anything strange here? I'm not trying to be dramatic. Remembering the details of a trick will help you understand the methods used to perform.
Huh. Weren't there balloons and other decorations here?
Ah, good eye. That said, you're still far from discovering the answer.
The back? You mean the inside of the door? What's different about it, Paimon?
Very good indeed. I thought you might not be able to catch that, given that you were sitting in the back of this door was patterned. Those patterns are now gone, replaced by a smooth wooden board. So, if you put 2 and 2 together, what do you get? Exactly. All right, let's go.
Oh, so there was a passageway under the magic box!
I knew you'd figure out most of it as soon as you saw this. The 2 magic boxes are positioned right above the 2 entrances of the tunnel. See this flatbed trolley? The box with the lucky audience member in it would be shuttled over to the other side using the trolley.
This trolley can raise and lower and even rotate, ensuring that the box will face in the...
I see. So that's the purpose.
Precisely. The inner box would descend after the audience member was put inside and be moved along the trolley, all while the out...
So that's how you...
Once the box was lowered, the trolley would store some energy through this device here, with which it would... The audience member would only be able to feel some slight movements in the dark, and by the time she walked out, she would already be back on stage.
Right! You were talking that whole time, and you even came out for a moment near the end!
Ah, yes. A phonograph operated by Lynette was used to achieve that effect. My assistant and I had already scripted our conversation beforehand. When the countdown began, I had already gone to the opposite box via a tunnel using that ladder.
And what about Lynette? Where was she?
I was in the mezzanine space in the back of the box.
Oh, interesting!
That's how we were able to coordinate Linny's lines with the assistant. And, by the way, I was the one who walked out of the box at the end.
I mean, we are twins. All it takes is a change of clothes and no one can tell who's who. And that's my favorite part of this trick. Only Lynette and I can perform.
So that's how it all worked! Wow, every detail you revealed was more amazing than the last!
Lynette would briefly walk out of the box and then go back in, jumping into the tunnel and escaping before the box on the trolley could finish ascending. And then I walk out of the other box in the audience area, and the trick would be complete. The operative word here being would. But as you saw, Cal was in the box, not our audience member. She, on the other hand, mysteriously vanished.
We really don't know how that happened.
If not for that interlude, this would have been an astonishing trick. I probably know. And yet, to think that someone was able to use this magic trick. Could we have a look around?
This is the scene of the crime, so Linny and Lynette are not permitted to stay here. I'll escort them back up.
Yes, of course. No need to be so strict now. I won't disappear into thin air.
Thanks, everyone. We're counting on you.
What's this?
Looks like a hook tied to the end of a rope. Huh?
Perhaps it was a prop for a different trick. But
whatever it is, let's make a...
The floor is wet. Please be careful not to slip.
Speaking of which, why would there be water?
Oh, Paimon knows! It's one of those tricks where you pour water into a jug and then flip the jug over only for the water to disappear. And here's a broken vase. Huh. Did the trolley not...
That can't be. The trolley moves along tracks from start to finish. It couldn't have hit the... Clothes that the lady chosen. Her clothes are here, but she's nowhere to be found.
Right. And do you really... Ugh, this is so confusing. What is this place?
It seems someone could fit through here.
Huh. Could this...
Alone, perhaps. But if they had to pull another person...
But there are no other ways in or out of here. Oh, you're right! Let Paimon write that... Seems we're just about done investigating down here.
Yes, let's head back up. Well, we've ascertained the state of the... Let's find a place to sort out our findings once more.
Apologies for the wait.
So, what did the guards say? Did the criminal list...
They believe the odds of that are very low, since the vent leads to the up. The guards have checked the area carefully. No one left through the basement during the performance or after the incident.
So the tunnels become like a secret chamber then! You know, like the kind you usually see in novels!
The plot thickens. Halsey's disappearance and Cowell's death are both quite inexplicable. No wonder Farina was so confident in her accusation. All the current evidence points toward Linny.
In other words, the charges are very likely to be upheld unless...
Charges and then trial. So if the charges are upheld, they'll announce a set...
That's right. This is how a trial goes in the Opera House. During the proceedings, the Chief Justice and the Oratrice will hear statements from both sides. That's right. This is how indemnity... The statements from both sides, the defenses from attorneys, witness testimony. To put it simply, it's as if the Oratrice has its own will, and is a judge in its own right.
This also precludes any kind of favoritism on the part of the Chief Justice. And not that this has ever happened anyway.
Once both sides have finished speaking, the Chief Justice will make his final decision. This, too, will be used by the Oratrice as a reference. Then, finally, the Oratrice will be consulted by officials. The result it returns...
Huh? So that machine is the one that actually decides? Paimon thought Neverlet called the shots.
In practice, there is very little difference. Both have always come to the same judgment. Which is why people have great faith in the Chief... Yes, the guards also asked me to convey that none of us will be allowed to leave this place.
Huh?
Because we've chosen to act as the twins' proxies. That makes us persons related to the case.
They're concerned that we might be colluding with outside parties. Or that we might find outside help to disrupt the case. And even if that were not so, it could prove problematic if we happen to spread key information about...
I'm ready to break out at any time.
Whoa! There's no need for that! Paimon thinks they have a point!
Of course. I just hope you don't mind the lack of options. I'm afraid that catering to all tastes is not an...
In that case, let's just sort out our findings together here. I mean, what better way to properly think through our
Breaking out, so... Just kidding! Paimon will still do her best, even if there are...
What do you mean, no snacks? Of course we'll have snacks. If we cannot buy some, then we'll simply make some.
Huh?
Understood, Demoiselle. Everyone, please come with...
Wait, you're carrying a portable...
Yes, I must be prepared to meet the Demoiselle's baking needs whenever the fancies...
I have eggs, sugar, and almonds at the ready.
Good work, you two.
These three are quite the interesting group. And Paimon thought it smelled good while it was still in the oven! Oh, it's even better. From the way you had these two guys carrying all that stuff around, Paimon thought you'd have them do more during the baking process. But you ended up doing the entire thing by yourself! Beating the egg whites, grinding almonds, everything!
I was applauding.
And I was giving encouraging smiles.
Paimon was just thinking, aren't you worried about getting your fancy dress dirty, beating egg whites and baking like this?
Well, I don't think it's carved in stone anywhere that fancy ladies can only read books, sip tea, ride horses, and play the piano. I just don't underestimate beating egg weights, by the way. It's a real arm workout. You also need to beat them to just the right consistency, or your macarons will crack. Anyway, give these a try, fresh out of the oven. Well, eating too many sweet treats might send all that sugar to your head. You wouldn't be able to think clearly about the case on a sugar rush.
Tea is ready to be served as well. This is no need for concern. I'm merely doing as I should.
All right then. However, we can assume the magician twins could have committed the crimes, of course, but they lack any...
Exactly! Why would they do such a thing right when everyone was watching?
The flower vase and the thud we heard during the performance could indicate some altercation between Halsey and the criminal resulting in the shattering of the vase, the discarding of her clothes, and her abduction. Perhaps the criminal thought that since she was chosen from the crowd, she would be too easy to identify if she was still wearing the same clothes.
Paimon thinks that makes sense, but the real trouble is...
True. None of the clues we found, but the only people left to consider are both technically victims, whether it's the missing girl, Halsey, or poor Cowell.
Huh. Could Halsey have secretly made modifications to the magic props in order to murder Cowell before making her escape?
That's right. And even if she had tampered with the setup, she would need to understand the entire trick, nor does she have any motive. The guard said that she has never had any dealings with the Magic Troop's members.
Were we not thorough enough? From the sound of things, this is turning into an impossible... Your macarons are amazing, though, Navia. They smell great! They're nice and...
They are my special...
What? 5? Oh, that can't be right. Paimon only counted 3, honest!
Please don't worry about it. At my age, a few less sweets might actually...
No! Being greedy is one. Besides, Paimon knows that if she ate too many, then others wouldn't have enough. Wait! Even you don't believe... If Paimon ate those 2 extra macarons, then may they turn into stone in her stomach!
All right, we get it. Well, I suppose one of us might have gotten too engrossed in our chat and eaten the loose. Set up the stove again, if you would.
Huh?
Making sure everyone gets 3 macarons, of course.
Exactly. We don't want to trouble you.
As you wish, Demoiselle.
And I have the egg, sugar, and all.
Well, this...
Well, that's it for snack time. I don't know what we're looking for yet, but we've still got some time. As attorneys, I suggest the two of you think that it would be awkward if you got all tongue-tied on stage during...
All right, thanks for your help.
It was nothing. A small task for the Spina di Rosula. Silver, Maloose, it's time to go. I'll be back if I find anything.
It's time to put our heads together. We've got to get our defense ready for the trial. Oh, it's probably gonna be a long and difficult case. There's no point in worrying about that now. We just need to prepare. Here, take Paimon's notes. They should help you. Do? The whole situation is so confusing. Good plan. Impossible things don't
Just relax. Even if everyone else suspects Lenny and Lynette, at least we will be supporting them from the stands. Besides, I doubt Farina understands any more about what happened than we do.
Thanks, Navia.
Best of luck to you.
Ah, finally, you're back. Well, how did your
To be honest, you might...
No. We're already
Well now, don't you all look disappointed? Don't tell me that your investigation... That was to be expected, of course. The guilty can never produce proof of their innocence. But don't let that stop you. I shall be terribly disappointed should you...
Since both parties are present, I declare that the trial regarding the magic show incident is now in session. Firstly, in order for the audience to understand the causes and results...
Yes, of course. I will explain while Lynette demonstrates on stage. All the necessary items have been...
Thank you, Mr. Linney. In that case, you ran to and remained hidden within the magic box in the audience stands once the trick began, and thus could not have committed the crime. Is this correct?
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
In that case, I call upon the prosecution. Lady Farina, do you wish to refute his statement in...
Why, of course I do. Allow me to take the first shot and break this case wide open. Mr. Linney is clearly lying. There is no way you could have been in the box the whole time if you were to abduct Halsey and murder Cowell. In fact, I'd say you were hardly in that tunnel at all.
That is simply your hypothesis based on the presumption that I'm guilty.
Oh, is that so? And if I may ask, what did you hear while you were inside your box?
The roaring countdown of the crowd, of course. That's how I kept track of the time and built anticipation for the finale.
And you didn't hear anything else at all? Nothing that might leave an impression of any...
No, nothing.
I see. But when the count reached 30 seconds or so, there was a thud. One so loud that I believe practically everyone...
Huh?
Hey, hang on. Something's not right.
Yeah, I'm sure he could have heard a noise that loud from inside the box.
I was right by the box, and I definitely heard the thud.
Look at those scales. Could those mean...
Well then, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to use the words of the magician himself. You never know what can happen in the blink of... Of course, I have armed myself to do far more than smash your alibi. Confidence cannot go unfounded, and my foundation... Tell me, aren't you and Lynette actually from the House of the Hearth?
The House of the Hearth?
No wonder they did something like...
So the serial disappearances were the Fatsui's doing. Now it all makes...
I've got a feeling that what happened on stage probably wasn't just an accident.
That's irrelevant. Our identities have nothing to do with what happened.
Indeed. Then perhaps you could tell us everything that happened during that Your first priority is to prove yourself innocent after all. I'm sure there is little that needs to be kept secret now. Unless your script already has holes in it. The Outlander is speechless. My, oh my, don't they look flabbergasted? Now comes the infighting and... good thing I made all those preparations. Seems the all-nighter I pulled last night is really paying off.
Hey, Linny! Why didn't you tell us this before?
Order! Order! Mr. Linney, allow me to reestablish the facts. First, when the thud was heard in the Opera House, you were neither in the box nor the tunnel. Second, you and Ms. Lynette are both members of the House of the Hearth. Are these claims true? Please answer my question, Mr. Linney.
I'm sorry. Yes, they're true, Your Honor.
I knew it!
Well, that's it. We might as well move on to the sentencing already.
What should we do now?
Granted. In that case, what is your request?
Is that really necessary? They're already as good as guilty.
The defendant deceived their own attorneys. What is there left to discuss?
Order! Order, Your request is reasonable, and we shall adjourn. This trial will reconvene.
So you would stick to Mr. Linney's defense even after knowing what you do now? You certainly have more professionalism than I... In that case, my dear audience, let's allow the joy of victory to steep for a little while.
Well, this is awkward. I didn't think the height... I'm sorry.
Yeah. Paimon doesn't know where to start. We based our entire reasoning on the assumption that you weren't bad. Not to set the wrong tone or anything, but Paimon...
I'm very sorry. I know you're angry, and reasonably so, but I know you've clashed with the Vitui several times before. I wouldn't be surprised if just hearing the word is enough to make you... But our organization is very, very large, and the Harbingers have very different personalities.
Right now, we want to save people. As many...
That's right. I'm sure we're on the same page when it comes to this nation and the disaster that its people might face. I knew if it weren't for our respective identities, we could become good friends. That's why I didn't wish to flat out lie to you, but chose to hide some details, and the truth is very important, but being completely transparent about everything would see us spending more effort than we need to. Right. So, you be the judge. Heck, if I were you, I fear that I'd even struggle to trust me at this point. You met a Fatus who works as a magician, a trickster by trade. All by coincidence, too. But still, I'm asking you to trust me. I am no...
Sorry. Well, you both say that, but... Right. Let's hear your answer.
Of course. I'll answer any question. We've been trying to find out how the Oratrice operates. We want to know why it has consciousness. Why can it deliver sentences accurately? During our investigations, we learned that the machine's core is beneath it. From that moment on, Lynette and I have been designing this box swap trick with the objective of getting close to the core.
Is that why you needed a whole minute?
That's right. In truth, the audience would take about 75 seconds to count down from 60, while I would only need 15 to get to the opposite box. So, after jumping into the tunnel, I accessed the Opera House basement via the vent, and went to investigate the room in which the core is stored.
That air vent was created during the construction of the tunnel specifically to execute this step.
Well, nothing. As soon as I reached that room and was about to investigate, which should have been impossible, of course, I was quite certain that I was the only one in the room. That voice seemed to recognize me and tried to speak to me. I chose to err on the side of caution and retreated the way I came. On the way back, I saw the broken vase and the clothes on the ground, but the countdown was almost finished, so there wasn't time to give it any thought. After that, the homicide occurred just as you saw.
Well, that explains why you didn't hear the thud.
Because of that prophecy I told you about, of course. We must know all we can about this nation's secrets in order to deal with that prophesized crisis.
That's the only way we can save everyone.
So, there you have it. The whole truth. I swear, I didn't hide. It was never my wish to proceed under this cloud of mistrust either. But like I said earlier, you can be the judge. If you—
Well, Traveler, you decide. Paimon will follow your lead however you choose.
Okay.
Thanks for giving us a
The current problem is that the scales are tipped pretty badly against you two. If we want to refute the Hydro Archon's accusations, we're gonna need a seriously watertight defense. Huh?
Both parties have returned to their positions. Let us continue the trial. When last we left off, Mr. Linney acknowledged the new evidence presented by Lady Farina as fact. Therefore, Lady Farina may continue stating her reconstruction of the—
That took long enough. Now then, if everyone at this stage, let's revisit that scene from Linney's perspective. Countdown began, he entered the tunnel. When the flatbed trolley passed, he opened the box and got into an altercation with Halsey, which caused the loud thud. He did not realize that this sound could be heard by everyone in the opera house, which is why he claimed earlier that he could not. Finally, he used the vase to knock her out before making her change. At this time, Cowell arrived in the tunnel, having heard that strange noise, and caught Linney So Linney proceeded to knock him out too before stuffing him into that box. Afterward, Linney passed the unconscious Halsey to his accomplice through the— And there you have it. That—
Does the defendant's side have any objection?
The key to refuting Lady Farina.
seems that... According to Linny, he left via the vent after entering the tunnel. Linny went to the room that contains the Oratrice's core. This is the actual truth. Linny did not...
Attention! When the countdown started, but he immediately used a vent to... Once he reached that area, he heard a voice. The crime scene had already developed. Finally, he reached the surface.
In other words, you believe that he knew nothing of...
That's right!
My reasoning?
If that's the case, then if Cowell hadn't entered the tunnel, who was the entire setup meant to kill? Assuming that what you say is true, Linny only needed to kidnap the young girl to cause a new disappearance case. What would the point of killing someone on stage be?
Oh, they have a point.
That's right, you tell him! And that's why they're partners of mine. They've managed to turn... Oh, well, your denial is very strident, I'll give you that. But what proof do you have to back your claims? Of course I do. If he had been in the magic box the whole time, how could he have not heard that sound? You're saying that he wasn't.
That's right! Linny wasn't in the box or in the tunnel. This means that when the crime happened, Linny had already entered the base. The same clue you used to disprove his alibi has now become the best proof!
Well, to think you'd use such logic. Well then, if it wasn't Linny who committed the crimes, then who was it?
The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment. Halsey is the missing person and an ordinary audience member. Could there have been a third person involved? Halsey is the missing person. The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. He would have been able to Halsey is the missing person and an ordinary audience member. Or could there have been a third person? Halsey is the missing person and an... The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's...
That can't be... The killer was, in fact...
Oh, is that so?
What I must do next is recreate the truth. What Cowell did, and how he went from would-be perpetrator to victim. No one entered or left the opera house through its Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment. It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. They would likely have bumped into Linny as well. Halsey's clothing was in the... The deceased's name is Cowell. The sound we heard may... Halsey's clothing was in... The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey... It would have been tough for both people to... No one entered or left the... The sound we heard may have come from... It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. They would likely... Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel.
What's wrong, Traveler? Are you still having trouble figuring things out?
I see how it is. So this was...
Look, since we're at a dead end, why not just like the trick as it transpired, the end result must have been utterly different from the magician's initial design.
If only we knew how Halsey disappeared.
Well, that would be nice, but the tunnel only has 3 exits, and it's not like this is a magic magic trick where you can just make a real live person disappear. You know, like you did from that water tank, Lynette.
Excuse my interruption, dear opponents, but do you not see that the crowd is...
If the defense is unable to make further effective arguments, we will move on to the next stage of the trial.
Lenny was not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave our criminal ample time. The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the criminal. The deceased's name is Cowell, Lenny's assistant. He would have been able to... No one entered or left the Opera House through its entrances. It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. They would likely have bumped into Lenny as well. The vase was not broken by chance. It was used to cover important evidence.
Paimon gets it! It all comes together if Halsey disappeared instead of being kidnapped. Lynette escaped from the water tank, vanishing gradually and leaving only clothes behind. If there's a similar method where a person could be transformed into water...
Oh, just a moment, please. I do hope you know how preposterous you sound. How could a person ever be transformed into water? This is reality we're talking about here, not some... Must we really? I should think that of anyone. Your friend Linny already knows magic tricks are ultimately just illusions and misdirection. But Halsey's disappearance is...
Even so, I trust that the truth must be out there somewhere. Perhaps some new line of reasoning may open if we try to gather all the focal points that don't make sense. Since Cal was the deceased, we haven't placed much attention on him. But given that we aren't making much progress with the case, it wouldn't hurt to have a look at his belongings, would it?
People really do come up with all sorts of harebrained schemes when at the end of their rope. The way I see it, your suggestion that we broaden the scope of our investigation is nothing but a
Nevertheless, I believe that this is a reasonable request on the part of an attorney. Since the trial does indeed appear to be at an impasse, I believe that additional evidence may help us make more progress. Guards, please step into the lounge and examine the personal effects of...
We are still examining the items, but we have already made critical progress that we feel must be shared with everyone. We discovered several test tubes of fluid within Cowell's baggage, each labeled separately. The notebook in his backpack claims that these fluids are... water from the primordial sea. The note's contents also indicate that Cowell belonged to an organization that sells illegal drugs and that he had an accomplice. The notebook has many entries concerning safe usage of these fluids, in which the keyword dissolve appears. One of these tubes was labeled Opera Epiclese, along with yesterday's date. The notes also state that these dissolution properties work exclusively on people from Fontaine. It's likely that Halsey was chosen as some sort of... As such, we believe that the defense's hypothesis is, in fact, supported by...
You've got to be kidding! People dissolving...
Could something so ridiculous actually be true?
Wait a moment. This reminds me of a certain prophecy, but it's just a...
If people can become water, does that mean that the water tank's real use was as a means to hide water stains? And if Cowell was targeting that girl... Just a minute. Could that mean...
Demoiselle, wait! What about your partner?
Let's go. Just...
Order! Order! It is undeniable that further examination of the deceased's personal effects has yielded some surprising results. but we cannot yet verify the... Still, let us assume that these clues are indeed authentic, albeit with the understanding that Ms. Halsey has yet to be found. Guards, please continue examining the items along these lines. Mr. Linney, it appears your hypothesis is supported by the evidence, so please continue speaking.
Of course. Thank you. If we uphold this hypothesis, I believe that many of this case's seemingly unrelated clues can be connected together.
Right! Like the metal hook! That one didn't make sense at all. Let's think about this. Cowell's methods must have something to do with that water...
The deceased's name is Cowell. Lynette was in the magic box on stage the entire time. Did she have something to do with... I remember there was something else within the inner layer of that box. The water from the primordial sea should already have been prepped before Halsey entered the magic box. The deceased's name is... The water from the primordial sea should already... I remember there was something else within the inner layer of that box. The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. The water from the primordial... The water from the primordial sea should... The deceased's name is... The water from the primordial... Lynette was in the magic box on stage the entire... I remember there was something else within the... I remember there was something else within the inner layer of that box. Now it seems like the hook rope was not meant for another magic trick, but was instead some form...
Ahem! It's Ace Detective Paimon's turn! In the original plan, Cowell would tamper with the water tank rope, and the number selector securing his target. When the magic box containing Halsey was lowered, the metal hook would retract gradually and pierce the balloon at the top of the box. When the balloon attached to the box popped, the water from the primordial seed inside it would pour down and dissolve. Afterward, Cowell would enter the tunnel and break the flower vase to conceal the water inside the tunnel, with the remaining evidence being covered up by the water tank on stage. But he encountered something unexpected in the tunnel and wound up being fatally hit by the same water tank he meant to use to cover his tracks.
Huh. That does make sense.
That actually links together a lot of the more confusing pieces.
Oh dear, what do I do? Even I think they sound convincing now. Have I...
Now, it seems like the only point of contention remaining is the exact circumstances that led to Cal's death. His notes mentioned he had an accomplice who could be related to the situation.
On that note, the guards have just contacted me indicating that they uncovered. I shall now invite him on stage.
Thank you, Your Honor. We were just inspecting the luggage of the other people involved, and we found an identical sample of the water from the primordial sea.
What?
That can't be.
Oh, I see. Does this not, my dear citizens, my loyal audience? Linny did not need to take part in the dissolution of the young woman at all. Indeed, he did leave the scene via the vent. Having made modifications to the props beforehand, his accomplice Cowl then caused Halsey to vanish using the water from the primordial sea. But upon his return, in cruel avarice, ultimately, he knocked Cowl out, and the tool meant to cover the crime up all. Now, as much as I regret having come to such a viciously straightforward conclusion, it does seem that the famed Fatui is quite the cold. Am I right, Mr.?
We've used up all the evidence we collected. There's no way for us to make a rebuttal. Is this the end?
Oh no! Paimon seems using the water as new evidence was too good a move.
I think we've all seen enough now. I believe this is indeed... Now then, my good, noble...
Excuse me, everyone, but I must...
Miss, I must ask you not to...
Oh, come on. Don't be hasty. I have a good reason for interrupting, you know. Now, would anyone here like to take a little break from all this debate and see a little magic? I'll show you an amazing trick. One that can bring a young woman who has disappeared back in the flesh, right before your very eyes. Please, do the honors, Mr. Linny, if you would be...
What in the world is she saying?
No offense, miss, but miracles like that are beyond my scope as...
Come on now, don't be silly. Magic is all about misdirection, isn't it? It often conceals the truth, but once everyone believes the illusion, can't magic reveal the truth to them? And wouldn't such a trick be the most... Come on, Linny and Lynette. Give it another go. Don't worry. Spina di Rasula has made the necessary... But, as the magic makers and stars of the...
I understand.
And voila!
Sorry for the...
Wait, isn't that Halsey? So, the whole thing about people dissolving what?
To be clear, I'm only here because this person told me that if I testified, the merit of doing so would lessen my sentence. I was hiding outside this room listening to the proceedings because I was afraid that I would be the one put on trial. I was just feeling happy that no one had noticed me. And then, before I knew it, she caught me.
That'll teach you to underestimate us three.
Where should I begin? I'm sorry.
What?
Firstly, my name isn't Halsey. It's Lillian, and I'm originally from Mons. I heard that Linny's show was gonna be a real thriller, but I missed the chance to buy a ticket, so that's how I make a living. I steal stuff here and there. And I'd never been caught before, but I was noticed at the harbor a few days ago, and I barely got away. Linny was the one who caught me in the act.
Hey! No wonder you look familiar. Liddy even mentioned that you were
Well, and I thought that would have been the end of it, but then the number selector chose me. He even mentioned the Fortress of Meripede. That's a prison, isn't it? So you can imagine how shocked I was. I thought he was onto me for sure. So I played along with the show while looking for an opening to flee. But then I got water poured on me for no reason, and then someone jumped into the tunnel to nab me. I wasn't going to take that lying down, so I knocked him out and stuffed him into the box. There was nowhere to run from there, though, so I had to change my clothes and hide in a box containing performance costumes. I slipped out after the first guard arrived at the scene.
Can a person even hide in there?
But I swear, I didn't know that the water tank would fall down. Really, had I known that, I wouldn't have put him in the magic box. I may be a thief, but...
Well, that makes everything pretty clear now, doesn't it?
This time, we need to tell the entire story from Lillian. The strange sound wasn't from a fight. It was Lily-Ann's attempt to break out when she was frightened. The flower vase was not broken to cover anything up, but was smashed during the struggle between Lily-Ann was a...
And it's having been selected. Her panic only intensified after she entered the tunnel. Hearing the commotion, Cowell leapt into the tunnel. He did not know that Lily-Ann was not from Fontaine, but was a thief who made her way in by stealing, mistakenly believing that the water from the primordial sea needed time to take effect. The two broke the flower vase during the struggle, but Lily-Ann came out on with no way of escaping. She changed her clothes and hid in the costume. She knew that she would have to go through guard inspection if she tried to leave afterward. So, she has been trapped in the Opera House these last 2 days.
She had already become desperately hungry by the time we were chatting over macarons. So, she swiped 2 of them right under our noses. Talk about...
At this point, all the events that happened in...
Ah, so that's the whole story. Bravo! Bravo!
Now then, Lady Farina, do you... Please answer the question, Lady Farina. Also, if I may add, the trial has not yet ended. As such, I request that the prosecution not leave the...
What? Are you reading my mind now? No, I have no further arguments. I admit defeat. But really, could you at least have left...
Wow! Look at that!
If there are no objections, then as the Chief Justice of Fontaine, I shall once again repeat the full sequence of... The actual perpetrator of the serial disappearances, Cowell, selected his next victim from the audience reservation list. With some modifications to the selector, he could ensure that the pre-selected young woman would be chosen. To cover up any evidence while committing the deed, Cowell thought of allowing the water tank to fall, which would conceal the water left behind after the young woman was dissolved. He also tampered with the rope suspending the water tank, using the fireworks at the end of the performance to cause the tank to drop and hide. He poured the water from the primordial sea into a balloon during the preparation of the magic box and stuck it to the box's lid. Finally, he passed the prepared hook on a rope through the gap in the magic box's door when bringing the young woman to said box. When the magic trick officially began, the box containing the woman was lowered into the tunnel, tightening the hook rope and bursting the balloon containing the water. If all had gone to plan, the young woman would be dissolved at this time. However, Lily-Ann was not from Fontaine, and thus fled the box with a loud noise. Realizing that there was trouble, Cowell entered the tunnel and met Lily-Ann. Thinking that the waters had not yet taken effect, he decided. However, his opponent was more capable than he thought, and he was overcome, knocked unconscious, and placed into the magic box. Lily-Ann, according to her own statements, then changed clothes and hid until the performance ended, before hiding in other parts of the opera house. As for Linny, he was in the underground structures within the opera house, and was thus ignorant of these happenings. From this reconstruction of events, we can conclude that Linny, the accused, is in fact innocent. While there is much in Linny and Lily-Ann's conduct that should still be investigated, this case, at least, can be handed over to the Oratrice to make the final decision. As such, Linny and Lynette.
Great work, partners.
Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Next, I think we deserve an explanation, Guard Vaughn. How did you find the water from the primordial sea in Linny's baggage?
Right! Your discovery caused me to make a serious mistake, you know. Or was that not a discovery, but false?
I suspect that the accomplice mentioned in Cowell's notes was not Linny, but you, yes? I'm sure you know what you must do to lessen your...
Speak quickly! Unless you want to earn yourself a...
We were supposed to place blame for the serial disappearances onto Linny, and thus cause suspicion to fall on the Fatui. The higher-ups said this was the best opportunity to do...
And now that your plan has fallen through, and the secrets of the water have been revealed, you have become a liability to... Therefore, you would be wise to tell everything you know.
Yes! Our boss discovered that the water can cause people to... It can also be made into a potion, which when extremely diluted, can cause people to experience... We've been in this business for a while now, and have made decent mora off it. The disappearances were also the boss's idea. I mean, this is the boss we're talking...
And now he can no longer talk.
Such ruthlessness.
An outrageous act. All present, please submit to inspection immediately.
So, we're just going back now? That's...
Traveler, Paimon! Please wait.
Linny...
I know you may not want to speak to me right now. Maybe you don't even want... But still, let me thank you again for defending me to the end, even after you learned that I'm a member of the Fatui. I guess. But I didn't approach you with any ulterior motives or ill intent. I've spoken to you as myself, just plain Linny this entire... As for why I'm a Fatus, it's because the goals of the House of the Hearth align with those of an orphan like me. That was how Father, who you might know as the Knave, approached recruiting us back then too.
The Knave? The one who controls the House of the Hearth? She's your father?
That's right. And since we're here, I was wondering, would you... Back when our parents first died, Lynette and I were left wandering the street. To survive, I took to surreptitiously observing an older street performer who did magic. I took my sister through several streets until we found a crowded corner, and we began to perform To my surprise, we proved to be pretty popular, and we could at least stop worrying. Before long, an aristocrat came to me and claimed that he wished to take us in after watching my performance.
So you went from orphans to nobility just like that?
That was how we felt at first too. As if fate was on our side and we could say goodbye to those. But I gradually discovered that while we were called foster children, he was really after my talent for magic trick. He would constantly take me to all sorts of banquets to garner attention, which he would then use to expand his social...
That doesn't seem too bad either. Better than roaming the streets at any...
It took a while for me to realize. After one particular performance at a banquet, I discovered that Lynette was not on the same return vehicle as me. I waited a long time after we returned home, but she did not come back. The answer he gave me was, she caught the eye of the most eminent person at the banquet, so I sent her over as a gift. I mean, you'll be able to perform your magic regardless of who your assistant...
Oh no. But wouldn't Fontaine's laws deal with such people?
As far as outsiders are concerned, this is a relationship akin to adoption or foster care, and they have their ways of escaping the eye of the law. I managed to ferret out the location of the mansion of that so-called eminent person, and hurried through the night. But by the time, all I saw was the moonlit ground covered in blood, and the Knave standing there in the darkness.
So, she'd already taken care...
That's right. She had rescued my sister before she could come to any harm, and had even discovered several girls hidden in a basement. All of them, the Knave, might have seen something in me, and so she made me. The House of the Hearth welcomes you, for your interests align with ours. Here, none will ever betray you. Indeed, I was hesitant to trust her. I mean, I had just been betrayed, but she was also quick to destroy the noble who had taken us in at first, giving us back our
Oh, so that's how the two of you joined the house?
She has gained permission from the Tsaritsa to first use the Gnosis' power once she obtains it. She plans to use it to find a way to break the prophecy and save Fontaine.
So, she believes—
That's right. The whole House of the Hearth is currently working to combat that crisis. Today's case has also proven that people from Fontaine can indeed dissolve into some sort of water, thus further supporting all of us house members here. Lady Arlecchino herself included are from Fontaine. We won't give up on defending our homeland. To us orphans, the only connection we have left to this world, apart from our family—
So, from small deeds like distributing magic pockets to huge schemes like stealing a Gnosis, everything is aimed at dealing with that problem.
It's all right. I understand. I just hope you can understand that even as a member of the House, I have never stopped making my own decisions. If you should need anything at all in the future.
Bye, Linny!
Hey there! What was with the disappearing act you pulled right as the trial ended?
Were you looking for us?
Well, this whole thing isn't exactly over, is it? I do feel that we're getting closer to solving the serial Huh? What's wrong, my dear partner?
Besides, are you sure we're the ones who can— And given that there's new evidence—
Ah, I see. Well, I won't lie. I'm a little shocked to hear that from you. But sorry. I might have—
Don't say that.
Aw, and we were having so much fun investigating with you, too. It was like having new waters flowing into a stagnant mire, causing new hope to spring forth, and the— sorry about that. Wait, shall we have a farewell meal?
Huh?
Well, I'd just like to— Anyway, it would just be a meal, so it shouldn't—
You don't have to—
Oh, wonderful.
All right, then. Let's have a—
We're way behind schedule.
I came here several times with my father when I was little. But—
Oh, don't worry. We haven't eaten that—
in that case, I'll go order—
Ooh, everything looks so good. People in Fontaine sure know how to enjoy life.
Why, of course. Go ahead, try whatever you like. If the food—
And if it's—
Well, then I'll still bring everyone. Albeit with only one dish.
Yeah. Shit. Oh, we called this a farewell meal, but we could also treat it like a victory feast, right? We did just win that case after all.
Oh, true. Very true. In that case, boss?
Huh? Paimon didn't mean that— Speaking of cases, do you think that the mastermind behind the serial disappearance—
Well, we've certainly taken a big step forward, but I feel that's about it. We know that there's an organization that means to dissolve these young women, but we still don't know—
If it hadn't happened right in front of us,
Right? Yet it was because this was such a preposterous...
Ugh. If only that guy could have finished speaking! We were so close to hearing who was behind...
In such investigations, even the smallest step can seem like... To be honest, I don't have high hopes for any follow-up that the authorities... It's not that I don't have faith in their ability. It's just that a different perspective... It's easy to guard against and deceive, which is exactly why the Spina di Rosula exists. Those highfalutin folk are not all-knowing. That's why we exist. To seep into the cracks where... It's all right. Let's talk about something else. Like, what are your future plans?
That's true. We didn't have a chance to speak to her after the trial ended.
I see. So, your primary objective, which has been foiled so... I've heard that there's a long line of people waiting to meet Lady Farina. I suspect you'll be...
Yeah, we've heard that she's super...
Well, would you consider some more, unique ways?
Guess that's Spina di Rosula's...
Well, one way would be to infiltrate a performance troupe at the Opera House, only to abandon your act at the play's climax and ask to speak to her after the performance. I'm sure Lady Farina would be eager to see the ending, and would agree in order...
Could you...
All right, here's another. Find a way to conceal yourselves under her bed, then wake her up in the dead of night and demand answers. I can personally testify that this one works. When I'm sleepy...
That might work, but...
Valid point. I overlooked that part. I was just thinking about leveraging a person... all right, no more joking around. You did defeat her in court, clearing citizens of hers from false accusations.
False? You mean that if we catch her while she's on a break, she might be too embarrassed to refuse? Oh, that... Why don't we give it a try after the... Sorry about that. Paimon wasn't really paying attention and the cup was right next to Paimon.
No, it's fine. We're just about done here.
Alright. Honestly...
Is that so? Well, if we're all finished eating...
Yeah. Oh, so full. Paimon can barely float anymore. Nah, that would be so... normal. You know, like...
Okay. As for
Hey, Navia! What are you...
Oh, nothing. It was just a meal, you know? Nothing the Spina di Rosula can't cover.
Let's get ready to try to meet the Hydro Arc.
So this is goodbye, huh? Well, if you do encounter any other trouble in Fontaine, in any case, I wish you smooth sailing. I'll see you again, partner.
See ya!
Next on the agenda...
Useless! Boring!
any people around anymore. Looks like that boat we took to Araneas might have been the last.
Vache.
Looks like we're back here. Huh? Traveler? That's kind.
Vache?
Hey, why are you still walking towards it? There might be something nasty in the water. Huh? Hang on. Paimon can kinda hear a voice. Hey, Traveler? Stop walking! Come on, wake up!
Vache, are you my dear Vache? No, wait. You seem to be someone else. Do you know Vache? Wait. Who am I? My memories feel like they have been washed away like a flood. So many fragments dissolved amidst the tide. Never. How much have I lost? How many things that I once held dear while on land have I since forgotten? Yes, that is what I was once. But now, I am but the consciousness of one who is lost there. I do not know how I came to be like this either. I only vaguely remember being covered in light blue water, and then all grew dim. I also remember going to many places. No matter where I went, Vache would go with me. I knew how dearly. But now, we can no longer. No! Our reunion no longer has any meaning. The thought of me gives him no succor. So let it lie forgotten. If you meet Vache, tell him not to look for me. Tell him to move on. That is the only thing I... Perhaps that is so. As I was submerged in the waters, losing consciousness, I saw Vache above the surface. If only I could have comforted him. Told him that I did not suffer. Is that what you call it? Dissolving? It was a state of neither fear nor frenzy, with only an endless peace. Like the waters, I could also liken it to being a thirsty person who drinks water for the first time, and only then sees how they have lived for so long in a world of endless want and anxiety. I think I hear your companion. It's time for you to go, I think. Farewell, then. I am glad that you were able to sense my presence.
Demoiselle, look out!
Dear God, it's a whole army of Gardamex. Chlorand? Quick, now's our chance! I should thank you for lending us your sword there, Clorand. But before I do so, could you explain how you managed to show up here?
I followed you. It seemed to me that danger has followed you more closely as of late.
I believe that following someone without their knowledge is actually called stalking, is it not?
Mr. Callus's last wish was for me to ensure your safety, and I will not betray his trust. He would do the same, were he alive today.
Do not speak!
Sorry, demoiselle. I was not strong enough.
Thank you for your aid, Miss Clorand, but do keep an eye out for your manner of speech. I believe we all wish to—
Sorry, I did not consider your feelings.
Whatever. What else do you know? How did you come to the conclusion that I'd be in—
I doubt I know much more than you. But I believe that the mastermind behind the serial disappearances, your performance tonight will almost certainly attract their attention.
Huh. I'm sure they've known about me. To be honest, I'm shocked it's taken them this long to act against. And what about these Gardamex? I thought only those associated with a Maison Gardiennage could—
None of these mecha have serial numbers. I was sure to check a moment ago. They are not the ones used by the authorities. I can only conclude that some powerful or wealthy party must have obtained them via illegal means, deploying them as a—
What? Your point being that they're out of Spina di Rosula's league, then?
Yes. Be careful, and do not—
I will continue investigating, no matter what. We will bring the truth to light. Regardless, thank you for your help today, Clorand. But if you get any ideas, tell me first.
I do not think that they'll strike again anytime soon. So I shall stop following you.
Right. I suppose that's the best news we—
Demoiselle, I believe that Miss Clorand was being sincere with you. If we tried—
I know, she's—
Oh, thank goodness! Paimon dealt with those Gardamex came out of nowhere while you were unconscious, and Nadia and her and there was that champion duelist named Clorand who came out to save us too! We got lucky there. Paimon probably couldn't have fought them off otherwise.
Oh, come now. Forget all that polite talk. As such, we're still part—
It will take 50 years for me to match Demoiselle's
If it were me, I would have joined the Spina di Rosula.
All right, you—
Actually, Navia, how did you know that we were in danger? You sure did show up—
Well, to be honest, you're the one who tipped us off.
Huh? Really? Paimon contributed?
Yes. All thanks to you grabbing my—
How did that—
After we parted ways, I was on the way back to one of our bases when I suddenly thought of what you said, that the Fanta tasted kind of salty and icky. Fanta only comes in sweet flavors, so how could it have tasted salty?
So the Fanta had been spiked with water from the primordial sea?
Yes. So if you hadn't drunk—
Spina di Rosula is preparing the grandest of awards for you as we speak.
Huh. Really?
I sent people to Hotel de Boer to investigate. That's when I figured out that you might be in danger, and hurried here—
But why would they go after us, too? All we did was defend Linny in court and help clear his name!
Well, you did foil a plan that they were probably pretty proud of, and almost got their name in the— Speaking of which, did anything strange happen when you drank the primordials?
Well, it can't be coincidence that the traveler fainted just now. She said that she heard that voice Oh, and this time Paimon heard it too! But it was real faint. Does this situation have to do with the primordial seawater then? Does that mean the primordial seawater raises someone's sensitivity to hydro when it's used on people who are not from Fontaine?
That doesn't sound like too much of a bad thing, to be honest.
New intel?
Well, let's hear it, shall we? Oh. Vache. That name doesn't ring a bell. Since he saw that young woman dissolve, he was at least apt, but he never gave testimony or any information regarding people dissolving in the primordials. Yes, thank you. This is very important information indeed. We will continue to— Oh! You mean you'll help us investigate?
Well, you did say that our farewell meal didn't really count. That means we're still— And besides, we're in this now whether we like it or not. You're not gonna let—
Demoiselle, do try not to look quite so...
You talk too much. Well, in that case, let's head back to one of our We also have some plans to go over, and hopefully we can deepen our bonds as partners.
Don't worry, you two. With us around, our base is definitely secure.
Evil conquering! Here! Worthless! Here! Useless!
It's right up ahead, but let's make sure we weren't followed.
I've been keeping watch, Demoiselle. I haven't spotted any—
Very good.
I shall find room.
Thank you, Malus. Now.
Worthless! Useless! worthless.
You want to outrun the law.
Useless.
So, this is your base?
Your accommodations have been arranged.
After all, we don't allow illegal or unethical profiteering.
It seems like it's tough times for everyone. But if you...
To be honest, our financial situation was a lot better back when my father was in charge a few years ago.
Your father... He was the previous boss of Spina di...
Demoiselle, if you'll allow me...
No. I'll explain it myself. I suppose I couldn't run from this topic forever. My father's name is Callus. Yes, the same one they call Callus the Unfaithful. 3 years ago, he was accused of murdering his own friend. But he chose a duel to defend his honor, instead of standing trial. He died in the duel.
Oh no.
But I do not believe my father was a murderer. I'm sure he was set up. At the time, I believed that if he only stood trial and was duly investigated, something amiss would crop up. But strangely, he not only requested the duel himself, but rumor has it that even after being seriously injured, to the point where he could be deemed as having lost the duel, he refused to surrender. Determined... 3. How could he protect his honor if he's dead? If anything, he gave up. The closest piece of info I have is that my father had been investigating the serial...
so that's why you're so determined to get to the bottom of...
That's right. I've also tried to investigate the murder my father... However, I believe that if the murder case is related to those behind the disappearances, I must know what really happened. Was my father coerced? Framed? Even if he really did kill his friend, I must get... If only he'd been more open with me when he was still alive. He even hid the fact that my mother died due to complications when giving birth, and now, here I am investigating his death.
Demoiselle, please.
I also will never believe that Master Callus murdered anyone. Master Callus did so much good in life, yet all it took was one... Even our supporters decreased greatly due to that incident, hence our...
Wait! If Callus was such a good man, wouldn't people at least be a little suspicious?
No. Perhaps people just revel in that kind of drama. It's not something exclusive to people from Fontaine. People love watching the evil turn over a new leaf, but they also enjoy watching good people fall into an abyss.
But how could... never mind. If Callus...
There is one other thing. Master Callus's opponent in the duel.
Oh! Her? Well, then... Isn't that as good as saying that she was the one who... Yeah... That's not the...
Miss Clorand has always placed great emphasis on the honorable nature of the duel. If her opponent doesn't yield, she knew Master Callus beforehand and greatly respected him, but seeing how there was only ever one choice she could have made.
It's not that I don't understand her at all, but
Don't worry, Navia. Paimon knows how you feel.
Afterward, Miss Clorand told us that at the start of the duel, Master Callus requested that she ensure Demoiselle Navia's safety. Yes, that is our understanding.
Oh, Papa. What madness drove you to ask the person who killed you to take care of me? All right. Anyway, that's the information I wanted to share with you. Thanks.
Yeah.
Please, relax and get some sleep. We will ensure you Whether it be responsibility for Spina di Rosula or Master Callus's death, it all landed on This won't do.
Paimon slept so well. Huh? Navia?
I sent them back to Poisson. It's Spina de Rosula's place of origin.
Paimon gets the feeling that you're just trying to get them off your back. But never mind that. When did you get back? Were you waiting here the whole time?
No, I just returned after going out for a while. I did.
Wait, so you didn't sleep at...
How could I after...
Guess Paimon wasn't speaking for everyone just...
Unfortunately, this name seems to have been wiped from existence. It doesn't seem to have... I suspect that those behind this have already taken steps to hinder an investigation from this angle. But that does prove that this Vacher person...
Does that mean we're too late, though?
No. There is one ray of hope. One place in Fontaine that they would find almost impossible to threaten. And that is the archives kept by Chief Justice Neuvillette. A place where detailed files on all... If the Oceanid you met is one of the young women who went missing
So Neuvillette? In that case, let's go... Aren't you...
No, it's nothing. Let's go see... The palais is right up ahead. Come on.
Halt! Please state your business here. The Chief This place does look pretty heavily guarded.
Hey, don't you recognize us?
Huh? Who are you? Just to be clear, I don't care who you are or who you might be related to.
See? They've got great discipline, too.
Yep. Paimon can tell.
If you're here just to crack jokes, I can point you towards the exit. Unlike some,
No. What I meant to say is, shouldn't you remember us from a few days ago? We were at the truck.
Oh, yes, I remember. I read about it in the Steambird.
We're here today to report and archive some information on
Is that even a thing?
Of course. Don't worry. We're here on official...
All right then, I'll let you through. The Chief Justice is just inside.
Thanks so...
Please come in.
Sorry to barge in, Monsieur Neuvillette. We only lied to get in because we didn't know it.
It's all right. Please let me know how I may be...
So...
We're looking for a man called Vacher. He may have been an eyewitness in the serial disappearances case. If we can find him, we may be able to...
I see. In that case...
Who knew that Neuvillette would be so easy to talk to?
Unfortunately, I'm quite certain that no one by the name of Vacher has been involved in any case. Criminal. There are no records of him either in the files or in my memory.
Traveler, what if it was really...
Is that so? All right, then. Thank you so much, Monsieur Neuvillette. We'll...
Miss Navia, I can understand how you feel. Your father, Callus, was a truly exceptional man.
And what are you trying to say? Are you trying to console me? Extend your sympathy? Or just express some No. You are not trying to do any of that. I can hear it in your voice. There's no emotion behind your words. You only... It's just like last time. After my father took his place in the duelist ring, I pushed through the guards to talk to you as a You even told me then that you thought there was something fishy with the case, yet you still allowed the duel to go ahead. In your eyes, the value of a human life is nothing compared to those cold laws you hold. If you truly regret my father's death, then why didn't you give me the power to stop him from throwing his life away? Why did you just let him die? Everything was hanging on a thread at that moment. Just the tiniest effort could have changed. There are still so many things I never got to tell him. If you really have no heart, then just look me in the eyes. I, Navia, will show you the true meaning.
I'm sorry, Miss...
You and my father are truly alike. You keep all kinds of things in your heart and never say a word. It's not so much that you can't feel, but that you would never Oh well. In any case, everyone already knows my apologies for taking my emotions out on you, Monsieur Chief Justice. Let's go, Traveler and Paimon.
Navia...
I'm fine.
You're right. Wasn't it still sunny when we went into the building?
Now that I think of it, on the day my father was convicted of murder, it was also raining.
What is it? Did you think of something?
Yeah, he was outside. It was uncovered and the rain could fall there. Why? Do you think the rain could have affected... That thought has occurred to us before. We've even expanded the search area to try to account for that, but didn't find anything of value. Oh? Wait. You don't mean...
So you're saying that the true murderer could have been turned into water and then got washed away with the rain? Yeah. And if that's what had happened, then no one would have believed your dad, even if he explained what he saw to the authorities.
I really think I found a true genius for a partner. You're completely right. All right, let's go to Poisson. With this new lead in mind, we'll get to the bottom of my father's...
Yeah, we're gonna make...
Do you want to go with me now? Great.
There's nothing wrong with reaping a reward every now and then.
Useless. Worthless. If it's useful, I'll take it.
Beautiful treasures are a cause for great happiness. Perhaps whoever left these behind was also fulfilling a contract. We're way behind schedule.
Worthless!
There's quality here.
Worthless!
Fry!
We're way behind schedule.
Another test subject. Suffocate! Picked the wrong test subject. Picked the wrong test subject.
Next on the agenda... Did I miscalculate? Perhaps whoever left these behind was also fulfilling a contract. We're way behind schedule.
Kamisato up. Suiyu. Cascade. Perhaps whoever left these behind was also fulfilling a contract.
way behind schedule. We're way behind schedule. Next on the agenda...
Another test subject. Picked the wrong test subject.
Useless. return of ice and frost. If you lie on the grass, you can feel the heartbeat of the world.
Whoa! What a huge ship! What?
There's no need to be so surprised. While it may look like a ship, it's actually Spina di Ro. My father was the one who had a gigantic and glamorous ship embodies discovery, opportunity, ambition, and conquest. It symbolizes Spina di Rosula's bright and...
And Paimon thought you were bluffing when you said Spina di Rosula. Paimon was confused why a group with such a history would live it, but now that Paimon has seen this ship for herself, she's been...
Well, Poisson is...
We're way behind schedule.
Sayonara Special!
Maloose, we're back!
Apologies for the... You said before that you still had some business at the court.
About that. It's because my partner here reminded me of something really important. You see, what... You still remember, right, Maloose? On that night, it was...
Yes, the case was quite similar to that of Mr. Linney's. Both were what you'd call impossible murders.
Could you tell us a bit more about what happened?
Yeah, of course. Many years ago, something called synth began to gain popularity. At a glance, it was a kind of drink that could excite your mood and produce many pleasant...
Wait! Didn't that guard guy who turned into water also mention that the prime...
Yes, he did. Considering what we know now, it's almost certain that synth is created using... If you drink synth for an extended amount of time, you'll suffer many side effects. And if you were to stop drinking it completely, you'll experience flashes of paranoia. And as he oversaw Poisson, My father was compelled to put a stop.
Boss's uncompromising attitude incurred the synth vendor's wrath. But no matter how much they... Not only that, Boss became...
Yes, but the enemy was very... Recognizing that, my father decided to contact the dealers in secret and cultivate personal relationships with them. The man's name was Jacques. He felt greatly ashamed about his work after seeing many families. That night, my father hosted a banquet at his countryside estate. But then, we heard 2 gunshots from the courtyard. We raced to the scene and found my father, still holding a gun. And...
Huh? How did that happen?
Sounds just like Lenny's case, doesn't it? In both cases, the culprit seemed obvious, but neither appeared to have any motive at all. Looking back on it, though, I now believe the most important clue was something we all overlooked at the time. There were pieces of clothing.
Precisely. It's all thanks to you that I made the connection now. Back then, but, considering it now, it's almost certain that they belong to a third person at the scene. With one extra person, we'll also need to reconsider why the 2...
You're right. We still don't know what happened. But my intuition...
Jacques was an empathetic man who was infinite. I think this third person is... On that note, however, even though our opponent is insidious and cruel, even though Spina de Rosula, there is no need...
If that's indeed what he wished for, was I not the closest person to him? And yet, What was the point of him dying without sharing any of the secrets he knew? Did he... Synth is still here. Callus the Unfaithful is still... Did he think I'd just accept his meaningless... I've never accepted that. Ever. I want to find out the real answer for everyone's sake. For the Miss...
Sylvia.
This is indeed the best moment to act.
So you do know something else, Malus?
Yes, I do. In fact, even before that banquet, Boss already knew of the connection between Synth. But what drove all the tensions to the boiling point was the revelation that you, Demoiselle, had been selected as the next target to disappear.
What?
Boss also didn't tell you that he had been diagnosed with a rare illness, and the serial disappearances case caught. 5 years was nowhere near enough time to resolve this long-standing conflict. But once he passed away, knowing all of this, he decided to use one final intimidation tactic before his death. He claimed to have already gotten his hands on some key incriminating evidence for the other side, and even told some members of but as long as you remained safe, he would not share the evidence with the public. If something were to happen to you, then he and all those he told would immediately expose all they knew about Synth and the disappeared.
Right, so nobody would be able to get off scot-free.
As we've seen, Boss's tactic has worked. Even though Boss has been gone for a long time, the other side has not tried to take Demoiselle's life.
No, I don't believe it. He never appeared to look...
No father wants their daughter to see them weak and haggard, especially someone as proud as Boss. To him, dying in a duel and suffering lasting dishonor as the unfaithful was still far preferable than losing face in front...
So he chose to die in silence, so that he...
I'm afraid you're not understanding this correctly, Demoiselle. What Boss wanted to hand to you was not a parasol. If Boss's spirit could hear you telling me that you want to find the answer for the sake of everyone involved, I'm sure he'd be
that fool. Couldn't he? No. He might have set up everything precisely because he never thought I'd be able... Is that the amount of confidence he had in me? And what if I was never able to make it to where I am now? Yeah. I suppose that's true. With the way... But thankfully, he rarely talked to me about complex matters, and thus understood little of me as a person. Malus, what was the key evidence that...
It's the location where Synth is produced. When he was threatening the enemy, but if you want...
Why? If we know where the place...
You mustn't forget that we're fighting against a mysterious and... There's no telling what might be. But a single visit to their headquarters would be tantamount to a formal The worst case would be that we...
Then, in that case, why not work with the
Well, you saw one of them dissolve during Mr. Linney's case. We have no idea just how thoroughly they may have been infiltrated.
Huh. That's true. Seems my father really had no but things are different now. It should be a lot easier to prove the other side's guilt, now that we've connected Synth with the disappearance.
You sound like you've put a lot of thought into this, Maloose.
I am the butler, after all. I live but to serve the boss, and I've always been willing to take on any kind of risk for your sake. But considering my relative lack of ability, I've spent my time keeping secrets, performing basic investigations.
Thank you for all of that, Maloose.
Let me think. One conclusion I came to when I announced orders to the organization's members on Demoiselle's behalf, I used to deliberately keep a few people in the dark and observe the reactions of the synth vendor. If the vendors didn't change their plans, then the individuals informed of our orders must be innocent. If the vendors packed up and fled, however, then someone must have given them the... After several rounds of testing and investigative tracing, I've narrowed the first is Florent, Spina de Rosula's senior
Huh?
Yes, surprising, isn't it? He was one of the people boss. Thanks to his position within Boss's innermost circle, he always knew our upcoming plans and could thus avoid... There's someone else like him, too. Marcel, the head of Confrère...
Uncle Marcel.
It's a guild in Poisson. But in the beginning, they were only reselling some daily goods, but...
So, they're like a sister...
Yes, you can say that. When we were fighting against the synth dealers... It's a bit difficult to imagine someone using their own money.
The final suspect is Thierry, the man responsible for coordinating information between Spina de Rosula. Although the guards mostly leave us to our own devices, there are still many activities we have to... Since Thierry is always in the know about our current activities, he could theoretically always plan...
I see. These are all people who I communicate with quite to think that the enemy we've been fighting against has been right next to me all along.
If you want to investigate them, please take every precaution to...
Of course.
You're too kind. And before I forget, proving after that incident, Jacques' wife and daughter were taken into the Spina's care. If it might help, you could also...
Aw, thank you.
A new case awaits, my dear partner. I hope we can work together.
Useless. Worthless.
It is settled, then. Please excuse...
Thank you for arranging...
Excuse me, miss.
Hey, Navia's all quiet. This isn't like her at all.
I'm sorry. that I only came to visit after all this time.
If it's about that, there's no need to apologize. After my husband died, Spina di Rosula sent us a lot of mora and support.
But aren't all of those things nothing compared to the loss of Jacques? I can understand the kind of pain that comes.
You don't understand at all.
I didn't know how to face you. Because I didn't know what I could possibly bring as a I know only the full truth could bring closure to you. And...
I'm sorry. I appreciate the sentiment, but you don't... On the matter regarding my husband, my daughter and I have more or less found our answer already.
Would you mind sharing it with me? I really can't believe that my father could...
I always knew that my husband's money was earned through others' suffering. He told me countless times that if he could turn back the clock, he would never go. He had many regrets, and felt that he took the idea of providing for his family too literally. For the longest time, So when Mr. Callis came to... He tried to be as careful as he could, but even so, he was still found out by the higher-ups.
They found out...
Papa didn't say that exactly, but Papa did tell me that I should never be ungrateful.
Before he left that day, he told me that he had no choice. It was only later that I realized it was his final farewell to the two of us. I don't know that for sure, but you could say that's the conclusion Which is why I'm the one who should feel guilty. Callis had always taken great care of us, both when he was... Even if he fired the shot that killed my husband, it was likely in self-defense.
But Mama, why is Papa still the bad guy if he did the right thing? Papa always wanted to be a good man, so why did he have to do a bad thing in the end?
Well, things aren't always as they seem. You still feel like your Papa...
Yeah, Papa was a really...
Then you should hold on to that. If a good man had to do a bad thing, then he must have had his reasons, regardless of whether he left you a parasol or a sword. He must have done so to give you a better...
Oh.
Thank you for everything you've told me. I will definitely find the truth.
Thank you. Even though your personality is quite different from your father's, your determination when you speak is...
You really think so? That's the first time...
Are you okay, Navia?
I'm fine. Don't worry. Let's investigate the 3 suspects next. Florent should be nearby, and we should be able to find Thierry and Uncle Marcel in the city. I'll get myself together on the way, so please don't worry.
Greetings, boss. How may I be of assistance today?
I'm sure you've heard about what happened at the Opera House. Someone got turned into water right in front of us.
Yeah, I've heard. With something that dramatic, I'm sure journalists will milk it for all it's worth. And it'll be all the talk for the next several weeks.
It also reminded me, on the day that the incident happened with my father, it was raining outside, and we found some clothes left at the scene. After my partner here put the dots together for me, I feel like we should try to reopen his case. Can you do me a favor and try to recall what happened that night?
Let me think. Mr. Callis was feeling pretty upbeat that day. So he was drinking and bantering away with us at the table. After that, he told us that he wanted to go get some fresh air. So we let him go without thinking much of it. Who knew that we would... My first reaction was that Mr. Callis's life was in danger. So I grabbed my holster and made a mad dash toward the scene. But when I got there, it was already too late. Mr. Callis was standing over a dead body with a gun in his hands.
So you also remember 2 gunshots then?
Indeed. The guard said that the first shot didn't hit anyone, while the second killed Jacques. But I've never really bought that explanation. Reason being, Mr. Callus had left his gun on the table. I even made sure to confirm that before running, but according to the guards, that doesn't mean he couldn't have had other guns on his... About the clothes left at the scene that you mentioned. Do you think there was a third person there who...
At least from our perspective, my father had no reason to kill. So he would also have no reason to bring an extra gun with him. The gun he was holding probably belonged to Jacques. Or a third person on...
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So you're saying Mr. Callus ended up with the gun because he seized it from one of the other guys? But hold on. If that's what had happened, then why didn't he... He didn't even want to face the Oratrice machine, and chose instead to prove his honor in a duel. Did he lose all faith in the courts after seeing someone dissolve right in front of...
About that, Malus told me a thing or two. So, I think I can I'll tell you everything.
I understand. And if I may just say one more thing. The whole Callus the Unfaithful... Many people have laughed at me for still calling him Mr. Callus. Even after so many years, but it was Mr. Callus's trust that allowed me to rise through the ranks no matter what others might say. He'll always be the...
Don't worry. You and all our other comrades at the Spina deserve to know the truth as well. Hey, Thierry! It's...
Oh, now, what brings you here, Miss Navia?
Oh, so you've...
Oh, okay. Hey, I'm also a member of the guards, you know. The way you make it sound, people would think I was sent off to Poisson because I had done something wrong.
Are you sure there isn't a little bit of truth in that? Under normal circumstances, shouldn't you have been called back to the city?
I mean, where I work, it's really up to me. Let's just say I enjoy the ambiance of Poisson. Callus did a fantastic job running the town. Building Spina di Rosula from the ground, it would be next to impossible for me to find a similarly easy but high-paying job in the city. Anyway, enough chit-chat. Are these two friends of yours?
Ah, yes. These two. What happened at the Opera House made us realize that Linny's case and my father...
Ah, I get it. If you want to go through the original files from your father's case...
That'd be much appreciated.
Of course. Without them, I couldn't possibly handle Poisson. Why do you ask? We definitely can't use them to forcefully get more evidence for your father's case.
Well, you see, just recently. So, if you hypothetically wanted to do something against me, all you would need to do is get rid of the mecha serial numbers and set...
Then if I had to make an analogy, when you order a dish, the chef will make it for you. You can ask the chef to cook, but not to massage your shoulders or carry your baggage. If you try to make unreasonable demands, the chef would just think you're out of your mind and ignore you completely. The same goes for me and my Gardamex. Removing a serial number is also not as easy as you might think. There are a lot of complex steps to it, and it's almost impossible to keep it a secret. So I can promise you, those mecha were definitely private. They're certainly not cheap. So, whoever their owner is must be super rich, powerful, or both. Now that...
Oh, then you're officially in the clear, Thierry.
Oh, well, thank you for the vote of confidence. Jokes aside, I'd like to wish you all the best with your... I'll be staying in the city for a...
Welcome to Palais Mermoni. I have to keep an eye on the deployment
Hello. How may I help you?
I'm here to see Marcel. Could you please let...
Sure.
Navia, hello. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm not as young as I used to be, so my leg...
Oh, it's all right, Uncle Marcel. I just wanted to talk to you briefly about what happened in the Opera House. I'm sure...
Yes, I've never seen it.
Oh, you were at the Opera House.
That's right. I went there with Navia to see the magic show. Who knew it would turn into a whole murder mystery? I also witnessed your marvelous sleuthing work. Quite impressive. To beat the Hydro Archon at her own game on her own turf, I can already imagine everyone in Fontaine discussing your exploits over a few glasses of wine.
Oh, Paimon doesn't want to become the talk of drunkards.
Apologies. It's just how Fontaine is as a nation. Everyone loves drama and theatrics.
Uncle Marcel, you've also noticed that other thing, right? The fact that humans can dissolve in water?
Yes, I was reminded of your father's case right away. Is that what you're investigating now?
Exactly. I still don't have much solid proof, but I can sense that the other side has already begun to act.
Oh, and what makes you say that?
We were attacked on Araneus by some unnumbered Gardamex. And there was also an attempt to get me to drink water from the primordial sea. If not for the vigilance of my partner, I probably wouldn't even be here talking to you right now.
Oh, you're giving us too much credit.
Alas, it seems things are heating up again. The peace that Callus sought so dearly will soon become a thing of the past. But rest assured, Navia, Poisson will always remain a safe haven for you. If you're scared, you can always return. If anyone dares to lay their hands on you there, the Confrérie of Cabrières will use its funds to the last Mora to...
Thank you, Uncle Marcel. Do you have any new thoughts on my father's case?
About that. Sorry, my age is catching up with me, so it'll take me a while to... The Confrérie was responsible for that banquet, so I was out and about the whole time making sure things were running smoothly. I didn't even have the time. Then I heard the sound of a gunshot, and the rest was history.
Oh, it's okay. No need to push yourself. We'll ask around some more. See if there are any valuable...
Sounds good. Just all my wealth comes from Callus's patronage and support.
We've talked to all three suspects.
None of them sounded particularly suspicious.
I suppose that's to be expected, though. If a single conversation's all that's needed anyway, even though we didn't make a breakthrough, let's still...
But where should we start? Ah, you're right! Flora impression that Callus probably only ended up with the gun because of—
According to Jacques' family members, if I had to guess, he probably received an order from the synth boss to kill—
So, Jacques fired the first shot?
Oh? And why is that?
Ooh, that's a good point. Jacques probably already knew that he was just being used as a tool for murder. And once he had completed his mission, he'd be of no more—
So, what would make more sense from his perspective would be to turn his back on the order. Makes sense. Besides Jacques, the attack from the Gardamex has been bothering me quite a bit. It's obvious that our enemy has become—
Do you think he knew, even then, that we'd follow this lead to—
Given everything that's happened since, but who among the 3 suspects would have the ability to control privately owned Gardamex? Uncle Marcel? My father did really trust him. And they worked together on a large number of projects. Maybe that's how he got to know— And with funds from the Confrérie, he could also afford a large number of Gardamex. Still really hard for me to imagine, though. After all, also, wouldn't this mean he has been spending a whole lot of mora and energy to fight his own synth business? Thierry, you say? Huh. It is possible that he's figured out a way to convert the Gardamex, but I didn't feel like he was lying when he was talking to us about—
Yeah. If the mecha were taken from the guards, it should be pretty easy to find out—
Florent? It is true that he was closest to my father, and thus had the best chance, but as Spina di Rosula's advisor, his work mostly deals with personnel and security, so he shouldn't— Who could it be? You know, if you think everything through, Uncle Marcel is—
Could we be missing other suspects? Malus didn't know about the people turning into water thing when he narrowed it down to these 3, did he?
Malus has always been very reliable, and his judgment of others' trustworthiness. The suspect is knowledgeable about the Spina's Even if I don't want to believe it, I'm starting to see how things could all tie back.
All the theorizing and speculating.
Yes. We need far more solid—
Navia, here you are. Oh, I've been—
Huh? Aren't you the guy from the guards?
Yeah. News came from Irenaeus just after you left. We've got another trial, huh?
Wasn't that place built specifically for holding trials? What's so news—
I know. But they said the person they're putting on trial is a Fatui harbinger called Tartaglia.
What? Is that—
Yeah, we know him.
Well, he's been accused of being the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case.
Wait, how? None of our
That's what I thought was strange about it, so I came to— If the charge against him stands, then it'll be next to impossible to get the guards to support any of our planned
Right, because they—
Yeah, and it'll be a—
I understand. Huh? Split up? What do you mean? Just as expected. Since this is a trial about the serial— You're right. I won't have any chance of making that charge stick, though, unless we find more evidence. It'll be up to—
We'll help you.
Demoiselle, please allow us to accompany you.
I'm ready.
Ah, Malou, Silver. When did you two...
We heard that you'll be leaving. It's our hope that...
See you then! Now that Navia has set out for Aranias, we should also get going. The location has already been marked on the map, so let's head over. Huh. According to Malus's info, the synth production base is underwater. Let's go and try to find the entrance. So this is the entrance that leads to the your Navia's
It would appear that I must repeat my question again, Mr. Tartaglia. Do you accept the charge that you are the true culprit?
To be perfectly honest, I don't understand your country's complicated court system, or the reason why I'm being charged with something I've never even heard of. However, I did hear that people who have been charged can choose to participate in a duel to clear their name, in which case, as long as I accept the charge, I can have an all-out fight with that. I've got to admit, that's one of the most enticing offers I've ever. When I privately sparred with her last time, she was obviously holding back.
Hey! Don't you understand? You're...
Oh? Sounds like the Hydro Archon wants to lecture me on the ways. Then why don't you duel me too?
No.
Alas, it would appear that communication with the defendant is going poorly. In that case,
That That case had nothing to do with him. Huh?
Why she entered?
I told you it couldn't be one of the fatuity.
Miss Navia, this is the second time you've interrupted, but that was an exception rather than standard court protocol. I can very well charge you with contempt of court.
Oh, please. Did you ever think I had any respect? We can put that discussion aside for now. I'm not here to argue with you. I'm here to charge the true culprit behind the serial disappearance. And if my charges prove true, then Tartaglia here will be proven innocent.
Oh, a young lady has charged in and offered to clear my name. How fascinating. Well, I'd gotten half bored to death by all these rules and procedures anyway. So, Your Honor, is there nothing else?
You may take a seat for now in the audience, but that doesn't mean the suspicions against you have been lifted. Now then, Miss Navia.
That person is... Something's not right. Let me think. Marcel, the head of Confrérie of Cabrières.
Huh? What confrérie? Never heard of them.
I've heard of them, but weren't they Spina di Ros...
Oh, is this going to be a friends to enemies type situation?
Please let me remind you, Miss Navia, that charging someone is an incredibly serious matter. And if the charge fails, depending on the circumstances...
Yes.
In that case, I declare the charge to be valid. Miss Navia and attorneys, please take your places. Members of the guards, please... Mr. Marcel, you will not require an attorney.
Apologies. It all just happened so quickly. I think an attorney won't be necessary. This is probably just a misunderstanding.
Very well. In that case, since both sides have now arrived, Miss Navia...
I would like to take everyone back to 3 years ago. Only through elucidating what really happened in that case can we connect all the dots for the series.
Navia, do you really think that I was... Come on, why would I do that? Callus was my benefactor, and remember both you and I only ran to the scene when we heard the sound of... If that's enough to make me a suspect, wouldn't that make everyone at that banquet a suspect?
I think there's no point in getting into the specifics right now. The audience doesn't even have the big picture yet. Even I'm struggling to remember.
Exactly correct, Your Honor. I must refresh everyone's memory about that case before I can explain my charge and read...
I see. In which case, I will recount the findings about that case as originally recorded by Maison Gardiennage. On the day of the murder, Spina di Rosula hosted a large banquet in a countryside estate owned by the Confrérie of Cabrières. During the banquet, all attending guests heard 2 gunshots from the courtyard. When the guests arrived at the scene, they found the primary suspect, Callus, holding a gun, while his acquaintance, Jacques, lay dead. The guards' investigation did not recover any other firearms from the scene. As a result, the suspect did not dispute this conclusion, and also declined to defend himself. Callus was defeated by Champion Duke. These are the known facts.
The one with the motive to kill was Jacques, not my father. And even so, Jacques still had no reason to in truth, the third person shot Jacques first, and was shot in turn by my father when my father seized the gun from him. After that, the true culprit turned the third person into water, erasing... Thank you for the summary, Your Honor. Of course, the guard... However, we should revisit the case now that we've gained new information about the abilities of water. testimony of the victim's family confirms that Jacques had thoughts of assassinating Callus when he set out for the banquet. However, in the end, he reconsidered and instead shared everything with Callus, hoping to seek the Unfortunately for Jacques, the true culprit had already considered this possibility and had sent out another. This assassin first shot Jacques, then turned to shoot Callus, only for Callus to wrestle the gun from him and kill. A pile of clothing was found at the scene. The guards once believed they were used by Jacques as a... But now, since it was raining... Realizing this, the true culprit caused the hired assassin to dissolve into water, leading everyone to believe Callus was responsible for Jacques' murder. This is the true version of events.
That's what happened. Wait, you're telling me something as dangerous as water from the primordial sea has been used for all these years?
What a great theory. It also explains Callus's and Jacques' respective motives. I guess they didn't shoot each other after.
Mr. Marcel, you are the one being charged with the crime. You should provide a rebuttal if you wish to prove your...
But I think I agree with everything Navia just said. In fact, there was nothing in her speech that directly implicated...
Then, may I ask some questions? In my opinion, One, do you have the evidence?
I'm afraid not. At least not...
Boo! If you don't have any evidence, you should just go home!
I may not have the evidence with me, but I know where I could go to collect it. If we look up the deserted clothes against a record of people who went missing around the same time, we should be able to find a match. Considering the serial disappearances case, the guards probably kept careful records of all missing persons from around that time, regardless of age or gender.
That makes sense to me. Monsieur Neuvillette, I would consider this to be a reasonable
Why do I feel like Farina's acting a little differently?
Maybe she's scared of embarrassing...
Alternatively, she's become more diligent after charging an innocent...
My second question has to do with the ensuing duel. If the truth is indeed as you just... Then why didn't Mr. Callus explain himself in court? If he had...
I've thought about this too, and the answer is actually pretty simple. He felt there were things that were more important to him. The dissolving power of water from the primordial sea is an important secret for the true culprit of the serial disappearance. My father could have exposed it for all to see, but he chose to take it to the grave. At that time, Spina di Rosula was in dire straits, and his reputation had already been shattered. He had no guarantee that going forward with the truth. What was certain, however, was that it would paint a gigantic target on my back.
Boss once told me that Demoiselle had already been selected as the next target of the series.
What? If the secret had gotten out, the culprit would have fought an all-out war with Espina right there and then. I wouldn't have been the only one in danger. Of course, the guards might eventually figure out the truth of the matter and determine that we were in the right. But what good would that do? How can a hollow verdict protect and had this opera house ever given my father any kind of confidence in its brand of justice? Spina di Rosula would have had no reason, but by staying silent, we retained the ability to deter our opponents and continue the I was able to become Spina di Rosula's president, which made me harder to target, as well as giving me more time to grow and once I have figured out the truth and stepped up to the challenge, I will do what this opera house cannot and restore my father's truth.
So, you mean to say,
That's right.
Do you have any proof?
Of course. All you need is to ask his opponent, Clorant. I don't need your apology, your guilt, or your support from the shadows. You don't have to do anything, but since he entrusted his will to you, Clorant, you should tell us the truth about him.
During...
Yes, I did. As a champion duelist, I fought many battles and taken a countless number of dishonored lives in my line of work. I've seen all kinds of people give their all for the faintest hope to continue living. Some were determined, others passionate. Just one look and I can tell if a duelist is hoping to live or if they're looking to die. I hereby swear on my name and honor as a champion duelist that Mr. Callus never intended...
Since that's your testimony, I have no more questions.
I concur. However, Miss Navia, you still have not explained the link between your father's case and the serial disappearances.
Right? What she said was fascinating, but kind of
Wait, weren't they just talking about this?
Of course, Your Honor. The two cases are connected via a matter of... In my father's case, the culprit intended to kill both Jacques and Callus. As a result, they planned to act after hearing 2 gunshots. And, at the end of Linny's trial, the culprit also only dissolved the victim in front of everyone because they realized they were at risk of being identified. The culprit could only time their actions so precisely if they were already at the scene. Coincidentally, Marcel attended both the banquet and the trial.
So that's why you suspected me. Even after hearing your reasoning, I still can't help but find it a little preposterous. I'm used to it, though. You've always been an impulsive and sentimental
No need to appeal.
I won't try to refute your points one by one, but even if everything you just said was true, can you prove that I was the only person present at both? On top of that, does a person have to be physically present to control the timing? Can't someone remotely monitor?
I don't know what you can say to that.
I know that even with that, you might still think you can reduce the list of suspects with some further investigations, until I'm the only one. Alas, who won't feel at least a little hurt by an accusation of murder from a girl you see as your own? But if I were to dismiss this completely, you'd also think I'm not being considerate of your feelings. Do you know what the biggest flaw in your reason?
I suppose you're gonna tell me anyways.
It's timing again. I'm a businessman by trade. From that standpoint, there's no reason for me to kidnap young women. It's a high-risk action with nothing to gain. In addition, I left my home in Snezhnaya when I was young to come to Poisson and work in some... But the disappearances began before I ever...
I do apologize, demoiselle. This...
No, it's not your fault. I'm sure he had come prepared.
Is there anything else you'd like to say? Would you like to check the date of my first... You can also take a look at my border entry records, or ask my friend, could those records and testimonies do something to appease the...
Seems like she got the wrong guy. At this rate, Navia will be convicted for falsely accusing him.
I think you've done a superb job of dissecting your father's feelings as he... But aren't you going against all of his wishes and He wished for you to become more rational once you've learned to be more considerate of others' feelings, and to stop rushing headlong into...
This isn't just about me. And the biggest difference between me and the rest of the victims is that I still have the ability to search for the truth. While that same agency has long been the people whose families were destroyed by synth abuse, the people who lost their loved ones to the serial disappearances, and the people who suffered tragic ends due to their sense of many people's images are flashing before my eyes. I'm sure some are coming to those of you in the audience as well. And whose image do you see? Mars, is it a man named Vacher? Oh, so you do know that name.
I'm merely surprised you'd suddenly say the name of someone.
I was waiting for you to say that.
Solidify!
Right now, right here.
I see everything. Make yourselves at home.
Order guide you.
Go up, but Paimon doesn't see a way. Let's take a look around. Maybe we'll find a hidden mechanism that'll show us the way up. The water level is rising! Now we can swim to the top! But this is still a ways away from where we need to go.
Solidify!
Rain, outline the fate. Huh? Witness the power of Gugwa.
Emerge, right now.
Hey!
I'm always watching.
outlines your fate. Rain Cutter!
I will have order. Gather!
Emerge, right now.
Everyone hold hands! This might hurt a little.
Now the path is clear! Let's go!
Stabilize!
Emerge, right here.
Hey!
Know my sword! Rain outlines your fate. Witness the power of Gugwa.
This is order. Solidify!
Though, as expected, the mastermind isn't here. That's right. Then let's hurry up and let's see what's written. Callus. Navia's father. Oh, this seems to be an investigation. This should prove the existence of the third person, right? We still have not the old dogs. He can act with. I concur. Let's send someone to kill him. He won't declare war as long as we don't. Oh, seems like we've got a bunch of correspondence between the higher-ups. What's all this? Pink accessories, a hair tie, a necklace, even a makeup box. Oh, Paimon sees it too, but why are all these... Huh? You mean the girls from the... And then they were turned... And all the boxes of things. These names... Whoa! There's so much synth here! And so many bottles of ingredients that probably just contain the... Mixing in progress. Whoa! There's even fruit-flavored synth? Yep! What's this over here? Looks like some... Experiment number 16 aims to verify Jacob Ingold's research conclusions on the primordial sea and use his theory. The experiment was a failure. No individual managed to resurface from the water from the primordial sea. Female specimens 22, 23, and... Sorry, Traveler. Paimon will try her best. How can someone write something that terrible and you read the rest? Paimon's too scared to keep going. So that's why he... Wait, did he really think he'd be able to find a way just by dissolving people over and over? That's just insane! Huh? Isn't that the name you heard by the fountain? Paimon thought he was an eyewitness in the serial disappearances case. You mean Vache is the one who did all of these... experiments? So that's it! Vache was no victim. But no, that's not it either! If that's the case, why would he want people to resurface from the water? In any case... Oh, look! There's an important-looking basin over here, and it's full of water! That means this is where they make all the synth! If you dilute it with normal water, you'll get synth, but the pure stuff can dissolve a human! Paimon will take notes on the... We've looked at almost everything here. Yeah, we haven't found anything that reveals... No wonder even Neuvillette wasn't able to find that way. Even if we bring all this back to the opera, we won't be able to identify the true culprit. Sure thing. Nothing at all! And Paimon can't even find snacks either! Whoa, really? Let Paimon see! Vinier. Isn't that Vache's lover's name? Then you found her diary. Aw, it's just a normal So many! A whole page's worth! But they're all the final name she Marcel! Wait, but Marcel's pretty old! Has this case been going on for so long that he's Vache and Vinier's grown son? Hey!
And whose image do you see, Marcel? Is it a man named... Oh, so...
I'm merely surprised you'd suddenly say the name of...
I was Navia! We're back! As expected of my partner. I just knew you'd return and...
Just how often do you intend to flout the rules of this court?
It's all right, Monsieur Neuvillette. Given their confidence, I expect they've...
But the truth of it, Marcel, is that you've always been Vache.
Huh?
We've investigated your lair and we already know everything! Kept abducting young your past as Vash.
So that's it. Even the villains in opera performances rarely go that far. And with that, Marcel's motive has now been established.
This information regarding your past also dismantles your prior timing defense. Well, Marcel, you fixated your gaze on the lover that passed away, instead of paying attention to the living. So, you never noticed how we changed, or how we grew as individuals.
You also never understood Boss's real expectations for his daughter.
Or our determination to see things.
Your determination.
Mr. Marcel, please speak up now if you would like to defend yourself. Otherwise,
Do you really pay attention to you? What for? Have you ever paid attention to me? Ever empathized with my pain? Ever known how it feels to watch the love of your life dissolve right in front? No one helped me. No one even believed me. All those decades ago, they said there's no way a human being can turn into water. So I must, well, now you know, don't you? Ha! Well, you only have yourselves to blame. You set up this ornate opera house in pursuit of your so-called justice. Your beloved Vignier is dead. We promised each other that we would always be together. Wherever she goes, but I'm not from this blasted place. So I can't be dissolved. No matter what I do.
Hey, is that water from the primordial sea that he's drinking?
I can't dissolve! Can't dissolve! Can't dissolve! Do you all see? I can't go, I can't follow. So if I can't go where she is, what choice do I have but to try to... I did all of that. And in the end, that accursed Callus still got the better of me. I spent my entire life living on pins and needles, only to get stabbed by his idiot daughter at the very end.
The suspect is exhibiting signs of mental distress. Guards, please restrain him.
Don't touch me! Don't anybody come near me! I still need to save Vignier. Vignier! Please, Vignier! Don't think badly of me.
At this point, the verdict of this trial is clear. With Mr.
Fine by me. I was in a bad mood, but after a show like that, I'm actually feeling pretty...
Traveler, please submit all the evidence. The man now known as Marcel was originally named Vacher, and worked as learned of the primordial water's existence through the work of others, and began to kidnap young women for research, with the goal of discovering a method to cover his tracks. He invented the new alias of Marcel, and began to operate a business in Poisson. During the course of his research, Vacher discovered that a diluted concoction of water from the primordial sea can induce feelings of euphoria, and began to manufacture and market synth. However, as he accumulated wealth to fund his continued research and expanded the scope, he came into conflict with After exchanging blows with Spina di Rosula for many years, Vacher decided to assassinate them. Although the assassination did not go as Vacher expected, he was able to turn Callus into the murder suspect by dissolving the assassin he sent to the scene. And just recently, Vacher attempted to frame Linny as the culprit of the serial disappearances case, using a similar method. However, his attempt to frame Linny failed, and the power of water from the primordial sea became public knowledge. This case also exposed enough of Vacher's machinations that he was eventually successfully charged in court. Thus concludes the enigmatic history of the serial disappearances case, with the truth revealed to all. The Oratrice will now deliver the final verdict regarding the charges against Mr. According to the judgment of the Oratrice guilty.
Guards! Take Vacher away.
Good. It's what he deserves.
With that, the serial disappearance...
We really just witnessed history. Who would have thought the true culprit would be such a polite and well-spoken guy?
Yippee! We have no... He's hurt so many innocent people and now he... Huh? Are you okay?
Demoiselle, you were absolutely brilliant.
The day our late boss had always hoped for has finally come.
Yeah. See, Papa? Spina di Rosula's.
Well now, hasn't this been a most delicious piece of drama? The villain has been caught, justice has been served, past wrongs have been righted. Since it's been such a great show, I'll just let the false accusations against me slide. Either way, I've still got some business.
Please wait just one moment, Mr. Tartaglia.
What now? None of this has any—
According to court protocol, since this trial was initiated due to a charge against you, a verdict must also be made regarding the initial charge before the trial can conclude.
Oh, come on. Is this really necessary? Haven't you already caught the real criminal? Isn't it time for side characters like me to exit stage left?
Please respect the laws of Fontaine. This is all.
All right, but this sure—
Through evidence presented in the public trial that was just held, it has been established that the guilty party has been identified. We now turn to the Oratrice Mechan— According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique guilty.
What?
Hey! That's not funny! Didn't you just— What's with this verdict? Is your justice machine malfunctioning?
Huh? This has never happened before. The Oratrice actually returned a different verdict from the chief.
I mean, have you ever heard of an innocent Fatui Harbinger? Do you think the Oratrice might have just convicted him on general principle?
But weren't the charges about the serial disappearances case? No matter what else he's guilty of, it shouldn't affect the verdict.
The judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal is, by law, the final verdict of the court. We must— Guards, please take—
So this is how justice is done in Fontaine. What a joke. You've got your rules. Well, I've got mine too!
I am sorry. If you have been wronged, we will find the truth. But the rules of the court must be upheld.
Hey, Monsieur Nouvelette, what's going on? Shouldn't they have been cleared already?
Apologies. This is also the first time I've encountered such a situation. However, according to the rules established at the conception of Fontaine, all I do is follow court procedure. As for why the Oratrice arrived at the conclusion it did, you should probably ask someone more knowledgeable than me.
Why are you looking at me? I don't know what happened there either.
What does Lady Farina mean by that?
She says she has no idea either, but that's impossible.
Yeah, so are the verdicts reliable or not? Can results like this really be called—
My dearest citizens, did you really think we'd allow an incorrect verdict to be handed out in this court? Did you really? Don't tell me. You thought even I had been blindsided by—
But the way she looked just now, it was pretty obvious.
However, given the state of things, I shall give you an explanation. Everything that just took place, including my supposed shock and bafflement, was a part of an elaborate performance, with every action and, of course, for every performance there is a script. everything has unfolded exactly as I expected from the very beginning. As the embodiment of the very concept. If you thought Child had nothing to do with the serial disappearances case, it is only because you've been blinded by the superficial appearance of everything he's done. Not to mention the danger he poses are beyond ordinary. All shall be revealed in time. You will come to Now, having said that, although I hate to leave...
So she chose to make her escape after all.
So you're saying we shouldn't put much stock into what she just said?
She probably just put on that performance to save face. As for the truth, it's unlikely that she actually has any idea. However, please be assured that I will continue to investigate this case in a personal capacity. Just as I promised, if the judgment has been incorrect, we will do our utmost.
All right. Even though we feel pretty badly for him, we'll take your word for... After all, he's done plenty of bad stuff. So he should have known he'd go to prison someday, right?
Hey, what are you doing? Quick, stop him!
Traveler! Hey! Traveler!
Marcel! What are you doing?
Stop resisting arrest!
No, wait! I just want to ask the Traveler something. I'm not looking to run away. Please, just let me ask this one small thing.
Go on.
Thank you. I was being led away when I finally realized something. Where did you first hear the name Vacher? I erased all records of that name.
Are you still trying to prove your innocence? Give it up, you've already been...
Really? You did? You're sure? You met her? But how could that be? The Fountain of Lucine? Then she's been so close to me all along. And please give me a chance to talk to her again.
What? Give an inch and you want to take a
Paimon agrees. Why should we give him what he wants when he's only...
This request, is it worth as much to you as your life?
Of course! Wait, no. It's worth even more than my life.
Humans. Will they betray the instinct to live just to satisfy spiritual needs? Very well.
Your Honor,
I will go with him. You do not...
Thank you. Is this the place? You said she's here, but what do I need to do to see her?
Yeah, and...
Vacher!
Ah!
Yes, that's it! So you...
Vignier, it's me!
Vacher?
I'm here! Where are you, Vignier? I'm coming...
Hey, wait! Be careful!
Vignier, is that you? It's me, Vacher! Vignier!
Vacher? Why did you come? Didn't I say? You look a lot older than I...
It's been more than 20 all this time. I must be dreaming. Who would have thought I'd get the chance to tell you all? Vignier, you are my everything. I really don't know how I could live without you.
But Vacher, if you ask me, this world would be better off without you. If not for you, I would have finished my law degree and probably become a top... If not for you, I would have continued to pursue my love of the arts. And if not for you, I would at least have been able to take care... It's all because of your selfishness, Vacher.
Wait.
You're right. I am not Vignier. I am the sacrifice. Every woman who died by your hand, as our bodies dissolved, our consciousnesses flowed back to the primordial sea. Our thoughts circulated endlessly within the primordial sea, and we were no longer individuals. I'm Cressy, the only one I am not.
Why? But then...
She doesn't want to see you anymore. Every tendril of her conscience... This is what you get for your selfishness. Your selfishness robbed us of our lives and our futures. But did you ever consider whether she'd want to see you do the things that you did? If she would You are a liar. A heartless murderer. The only thing you are not. From the moment your first victim died, and her consciousness...
No! Yeah! She can't hate me.
You still don't understand. When I said don't look for me, that came from the real Vignier. She really doesn't want to see you anymore. But on top of that, she also said that because it's her final drop. She said that because she knew that if you did come here, we will show no Vache. Vache? 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 Drown.
Finally, we have some time to do shopping. Gosh, it's really been a long time since we've been able to relax.
Huh. Well met, partner.
Even this weather can't put a damper on the...
It's a pleasure to see you both again.
Oh, hey, Navia! It's been a few days. Paimon's already...
Oh, now that I believe. I'm easy to work with and always bring home the bacon.
Sounds like you're really enjoying life these days.
It's just been one thing after the other. I've been making non-stop trips between Poisson and the courts in Sen. Everyone from Spina di Rosula, or this time, though. Everyone in Poisson, and even many people from the court all attended.
So his name's definitely been cleared now. That's what we like to hear.
It's been the dearest wish of Demoiselle.
That blasted stuff. Oh, by the way, I ran into Charlotte just after I left the well, maybe it'd be more accurate to say I knew she would be...
Huh? So you know Charlotte too? The Charlotte? Journalist?
Yeah, way back when I first became... I believe the story was called The True Heart of Darkness. To be fair, though, it was she was trying to lean on our friendship to get me...
Oh, yeah.
Anyway, I told her to make sure that when she writes about you guys entering the opera...
Now that's another thing to look forward to.
Oh, and in other news, I also took Clarande out for a meal.
Oh, are you two...
While you were investigating Vache's headquarters, Clarande gave testimony on my father's behalf. It was thanks to her that we were able to turn the tide. I wanted to thank her. I mean, there's also no point in being awkward all the time. So we took the chance to
Oh, that's great. Paimon also thought Clarande...
Anyway, now that the case has finally been solved... Oh, actually, there's...
What is it?
I should pay a visit to my father's grave. And on top of that...
Miss Navia.
Indeed.
Sure thing.
And in that case...
Yeah, you're... Huh. This is...
Huh? There's someone there.
Hmm?
Isn't that Nervalette? Why would the Chief Justice be here? Huh?
My apologies. I should have asked before coming to pay my respects.
Don't say that.
Sorry about that.
Oh, I was trying to say there's no need for you. I wanted to show my father how much I've grown. But still, I doubt I've grown to the point that even the Chief Justice would feel compelled to apologize.
In that case, I will...
You really could use some pointers on understanding human emotions, Monsieur Neuvillette. In any case, why did you come to
Well, ever since that day, I've been turning a question over and over in my head. Just what is justice, anyway? There was once a time when I didn't want to believe that there could be anything more important to humans than life. Oh, rather than that, it's probably more truthful to say I didn't believe humans were capable of resisting the most basic instinct of living things. That they could rebel against their own nature, or consider certain things to be more important, which is also why I didn't stop your father from beginning that fateful duel. I believed that a truly innocent man would never throw away his life like that. That there was nothing, should have been nothing more important than one's own continued... But Mr. Callus proved me utterly, if not for his sacrifice. The serial disappearance. Mr. Callus made the choice he did for his daughter, for his associates, and for many. And in the end, from a certain perspective, one could say that he did it all. A justice that's higher than... So, you asked me why I came here. I just wanted to say my apologies to Mr. Callus in person. This regret has filled me with a sadness that has haunted me for days. That high and mighty chair in the Opera Epiclese indeed insulates one from many important things. Spina di Rosula, thank you so much for your hard work.
So, you're actually one of those types that's cold on the outside, but pretty thoughtful on the inside, huh? That reminds me of Silver.
Sorry about that. Self-expression is not one of my strong...
Didn't I just say you don't need...
So Navia and Neuvillette seem to have made their... Let's not disturb them for now. Paimon's never paid respects at someone's grave before. Did Paimon do anything rude there? Huh? Oh, Paimon didn't know that was a thing. But Paimon doesn't know what she would do if she can't fly. Oh no. Paimon hopes Miss Navia won't be too mad. Anyway, Neuvillette is still standing around there. It's not often that we can catch him alone like this, so why don't we go talk to him for...
Useless.
Oh, it's you two. Did Miss Navia invite you to come pay your...
We ran into Navia on the streets.
I see, I see.
Well, it's pretty hard to run into you like this, since you're usually super...
Please feel free. Though outsiders, you helped us solve one of the greatest mysteries in Fontaine, and it would be...
So, at court, the bad guys referred to that...
Truthfully, that name is already quite accurate. I can only surmise that Vacher and his ilk only learned of its nature and existence after extensive... There used to be a special sea on the surface of this planet. The nature of its seawater was rather different from that of the sea we know today. Most of Tevat's life forms were first born in that special sea. You could say it nurtured much of the life on this...
So it really was where everything began. It makes sense to call it...
But today, the primordial sea no longer exists on the planet's... What Vacher discovered must have been some kind of special case, or a remnant from a truly ancient...
So that's how it is. Oh, you really know everything, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Indeed. Why would the primordial sea, which was known to engender and nurture life, suddenly reverse itself into To be frank, that also doesn't match my understanding of this world and its laws. Is there anything else? That the sea levels will rise and everyone will be dissolved in water, leaving Farina crying alone on her... Does that appropriately summarize the verse?
That's right!
Yes, up to the present, I think we reached a point where we have no choice but to confront this Rumors have it that this prophecy is rooted in the last words the former Hydro Archon left to the world before
A prophecy? Of the former Hydro Archon? Wow. This is the first time that we've ever heard of it.
Two parts of the prophecy have already proven correct. The rising sea levels and the ability of the people of Fontaine to be dissolved. We should be more vigilant and stay on. Speaking of the prophecy, Farina has also always taken it quite seriously. Indeed, she has been collecting information and intelligence from across Tevat. If the rumors were true, then perhaps this prophecy is the conundrum left to Farina by her predecessor.
But with Farina being the way she is, can we really trust her to solve—
Is there anything else you'd like to— My apologies. My investigation has still not— However, I still believe the judgment of the Oratrice was not rendered arbitrary.
But you also said—
For many years, I have been quite aware that the Oratrice does not simply mechanically repeat the verdict that I give on each case. As a divinely created mechanism, the people's unified faith in the concept of justice is integrated in. Not only can it produce the incredible power of indemnitium, but it likely also possesses other traits, such as— Which is all to say, I have been prepared for a situation like this.
So when Lenny told us that he heard a human voice from the room where the Oratrice's corpse—
I was not aware such a thing had occurred. Perhaps that could serve to prove my conjecture. I will add that to the list of— In any case, I am— Based on Farina's reaction, I doubt even she had any idea what was going on. While we do intend to get to the bottom of this, if we did incorrectly convict him of crimes he did not commit, we will most certainly compensate him to the fullest extent.
If you ask Paimon, the only compensation he'll want is a no-holds-barred fight with you.
Is there anything else you'd like to— Your sibling, another blonde-haired traveler. I'm sorry. If he ever stepped foot in Fontaine, is there anything else? Very well. It will soon be time for me to leave this blissful tranquility behind.
You really are super busy, monsieur.
Crime and villainy do not have the day off, and so just—
All right. Huh? Paimon just noticed that the rain has stopped.
Demons do not stop for the rain. Move. Many mortals fear lightning. Incomprehensible. Fear of...
Still. Mind the deluge.
Let's take shelter.
Next on the agenda... Access denied.
Ad Astra. Thank you for
Hard work is all there is to the craft.
My strings to fill.
Finding someone to chat to would be better than just standing around.